I hope you can hear me. Good morning, and I welcome you today here at the second edition of Embedded Moldova Conference, one of the sectoral events that we are organizing. It's about the Association of Electronic Industry in the Republic of Moldova in partnership with the Organization of Investments. So my name is Elena Maevski, and I am honored to be able within to this very heavy week to organize the second edition of Embedded Moldova Conference. The event, as I mentioned previously, is organized by the Association of the Electronic Companies in the Moldova in partnership with the Agency of Investments and with the support of the program which is financed by the Ministry of Germany and Switzerland, implemented by GIZ Moldova. The motto of this edition is Connecting Minds, Connecting Solutions. The agenda of the conference will approach on key subjects, not only about the future of electronic industry, but also automatization of production processes, the challenges and the response to the crisis in the industry, technological trends and opportunities of international cooperation. Through this event, we want to show not only the competences and innovations of the companies in the Republic of Moldova, but also the way they are integrated in the European value chains and grow the competitiveness of Republic of Moldova on the foreign markets. We want this forum to be a dialogue platform, open dialogue and exchange of ideas platform. During the day, you will have networking opportunities that will bring you closer to our partners and speakers. And I want to close now by thanking you for your attention and welcoming you once again to the second edition of Embedded Moldova Conference. We are starting with messages of opening remarks of the partners and those that are supporting the investment sector in the Republic of Moldova. We want to thank every single one for their support and for the openness for the electronic industry, a field that is more and more relevant in the context of the economy of the Republic of Moldova, but also Europe. The edition of this year, I have a pleasure to give the floor to one of the most active partners of the association, the Agency of Investments of the Republic of Moldova, that supports constantly attraction of investments and promotion of the sector, not only locally but also internationally. I have the honor to offer the word to Madam Director Natalia Bejan. Natalia, the floor is yours. Good morning. Elena, I can say exactly the same as you mentioned, that the Agency of Investments is a partner of association. The same for us, the association from the Republic of Moldova is definitely a very important partner. And we feel that it represents the voice of the sector, brings together the voice of all the stakeholders and make it stronger. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I welcome you in Embedded Moldova Conference, second edition, which is an event, key event on the agenda of Moldova Business Week, a bigger event that is happening now in the Republic of Moldova. Today we focus on the sectors that are fueling the technologies and the value chain, international value chains from the Republic of Moldova. The story of Moldova is a growing one, and it's becoming stronger and stronger. We have more than 90% of the production produced in the Republic of Moldova in this field. Construction, electronics, more than 90% is exported. That's what I wanted to say. So it's a very important industry for our country. And what is important here is the fact that 9 out of 10 components or technological technological exports that are made in the Republic of Moldova are exported to the European Union market. And we are speaking about the most important 5 countries: Romania, Czech Republic, Germany, Italy, and Poland. And for this field, it shows how important is to have new connections and on the European market of Moldova. Only this year, for the statistics that we have since January till July 2025, the export of electronic equipment and machinery represents 16.5 from the total of exports that the Republic of Moldova has. So it's extremely important. It is a sector where the figures speak for themselves. And it's about also the importance of the companies that are working in the field and the power that they have to fuel the economy of Moldova. During this week, we announced a few investments in the line fields related to embedded Moldova. Gebauring Grile, at the opening of Moldova Business Week, announced an investment of 5 million euro in the next years, between 5 to 8 million euro. Cornelius Electronics is going to extend the business. Last week I was in the Edinets Industrial Park and they confirmed that they want to double their capacity in the Republic of Moldova. And this is not only because of competitiveness of prices, but also because of the local talented people that are working in this field. From the perspective of the government, there are 2 very important platforms, and I want to talk about them a little bit. First, this is the state help scheme, and 6 sectors were identified as strategic, priority for the Republic of Moldova. 2 of them are electronics and construction of machinery. So the companies that will produce and make new products in these sectors, when they want to have the support of the government, they can actually cover 60% from the support of the government from the whole investment. And so it's about a massive support that we never had from the government in the Republic of Moldova. And the second is the platform Moldova IT Park. Yes, everybody talks about that. Everybody knows about Moldova IT Park. We can tell you a lot more about that. The companies that are in this park, they are paying one unique tax of 7% on the income. But of course, this is only for some sectors in the Republic of Moldova. For example, software, automatization, control systems, logical controls. So it's mainly related to the subject of today. I want once again to use the opportunity to thank the association up-mentioned, Elena, Mr. Eshan, that is the president of the association. Thank you very much for the fact that you have organized this platform. I really hope we have an inspirational day, share different ideas. And on behalf of the agency, I thank you for being part of Moldova Business Week, and I wish you to have a very productive day today. Thank you. Dear Natalia, thank you so much. From the part of our team, we also wish you a lot of luck within the Moldova Business Week. As I said before, we are honored to be part of this week, which is heavy with a lot of interesting events. I want to invite here in the field Madam Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Development and Digitalization, Madam Doina Nistor. Madam Nistor, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. And I welcome you in this morning. It's a very important subject for the economical development of the country, and I'm speaking about digitalization, the industry 4.0, and why not 5.0. We have a clear objective in the Republic of Moldova to double the economical growth and to reach the European Union level. I think for this we need an intelligent growth and a growth that would be based on innovation and digitalization. I want to underline that only digitalization can bring to an increase of up to 5% of the GDP, and this is definitely taking time, but it's very important to mention that digitalization efforts in this context are crucial. Our policy of reindustrialization and digitalization and automatization is here to support it. We want to have the industry 4.0 and artificial intelligence diffused in the field of small and medium enterprises and key sectors. In that sense, the Republic of Moldova still has work to do in terms of in terms of productivity. So we need to recover this gap. And in the same time, I want to say that we have a lot of local companies that are excellent in this field, like nanotechnologies, applied engineering, smart meters, and also traditional engineering in universities. And we will continue investments in this field because we really need engineers to accelerate the growth of our economy. In the same time, Moldova Innovation Technology Park, with this with this unique tax of 7% out of the income, and with a guarantee till 2035, has now 2,500 companies from 43 countries. But what is the most important, and I mentioned this previously, last year we had the biggest increase, not only for the IT, but also for engineering, embedded, I don't know how is this in Romanian, sisteme incorporate, it would be in Romanian. Okay, so, and the most important is that we also have research and development, and we need more applied research, and that would be the added value also for the engineering field. We came to the conclusion, happily, that the investments in automatization are already bringing results, also in traditional industries. I know a lot of agricultural households launched in the north of the country, Oknica, Edinets, so at the north of the country, at the bottom of the country, and we have discovered there people that have in ownership 1,500 hectares that they are processing automatized. So this is a very good example. This means that farmers already understand the importance of digitalization and automatization, and this is the key to our productivity in this field. But also, we have projects that are launched in processing, in textiles. I visited some companies in belts that only through automatizations managed to increase the salaries and the precision work to reduce wastes. So they proved to other colleagues from the sector that this is possible, and these investments really give results. So investments in digitalization and automatization, this also can help you become very competitive. This week I also visited colleagues from the medical field, where I saw this precise medicine trend and how through artificial intelligence we can become competitive at the European level in the fields like dentistry, for example. So definitely the stress in the next years must be on this field, digitalization and automatization. We as a country are quite advanced when it comes to digitalization and digital infrastructure. And this is a strong point of the Republic of Moldova. Moldova is before many countries in the area. We have more than 90 gigabyte coverage, and this is more than the average in Europe. We have more than 200 digital documents that were released through Evo app, and we launched this app only 2 years ago. 65% is the so more than 300 services are already in the country digitalized, and I'm speaking about public services. And these services are going to be, this infrastructure is going to be even more extended. So the Industry 4.0 needs to go towards Industry 5.0, and we want to have an intelligent Moldova. I want to close my speech by with a reflection. All of these transformations are part of the path of the Republic of Moldova towards the European Union, and the European integration is actually the engine that is guiding our reforms. And an accelerated economical growth is possible only through innovation, automatization, digitalization. That is why, once again, I want to thank the association and all our partners for paying attention to this subject and for making this subject a priority for our country, and for working on a daily basis in order to bring engineering into our economical sectors, key sectors, and together advance Moldova and have a same level of development with the European Union countries. Thank you so much. Madam Deputy Prime Minister, thank you so much for your speech. And on behalf of the sector, we want to say that we appreciate the government's effort to support the business climate. And on behalf of the sector, I want to thank the government, because this is the most open government that accepts the initiatives and accepts the requests that are coming from the field. I have a pleasure now to invite one of our main partners that contributed tremendously to the development of the association, promotion of electronic fields in the Republic of Moldova on the international market, but also locally. An essential role that was played in supporting the association, and I'm speaking about the government of Switzerland. And I would like to invite Mr. Guido Beltrani, Director of the Swiss Cooperation Office in the Republic of Moldova, with a welcoming word. Dear Madam Deputy Prime Minister, dear colleagues and partners, I am very glad to be again here and to see many new faces, but also faces that I know, people from Moldova and from abroad. This shows actually that there is an increased interest for the industrial sector, and it shows also the attractiveness of the Moldovan economy. Thank you so much for those that made it possible, this event, and I'm speaking mainly about the Association of the Electronics Companies in Moldova, Invest Moldova and GIZ. Today, we will talk about the latest trends in the field of the integrated systems, and we will talk also about development opportunities. Actually, programming of integrated systems is the basis of all the modern technologies. And in Moldova, we have already active companies in very relevant fields, like drafting and developing medical devices, solutions for motor field, apps for the Internet of Things, intelligent meters, metering systems, intelligent houses solutions, and many others. So In this way, the Moldovan companies are integrated already in the value chains in Europe, and not only in Europe, but also at the world level, ensuring the development, sustainable development and sustainability of businesses. Switzerland is supporting the private sector in Moldova, including the incorporated solutions in this industry, and we do this for more than 10 years, and that's how we do it. First of all, we support directly the development of the sector through projects, economical development projects, but also through partnership with the association in Moldova. The second thing is that we support education and professional training that plays a vital role in growing the sector. With the support of the government of Switzerland and also other international partners, the modern laboratories from the educational institutions for the vocational education also were adapted and improved with international latest technologies, allowing to the students to learn practically the integrated systems. In parallel, we have developed promotion campaigns, awareness campaigns to attract young people in the electronic fields, but also for the integrated systems. And the collaboration between the academia and the private sector became stronger and stronger, supporting the training in practice of the specialists that companies need. Thanks to the efforts of our partners, we created strong partnerships between the government, the industry, and the academia. And this conference actually proves the importance of the creation of such connections and maintenance of such connections in order to support the trajectory of growth of the whole field. So by the extension of the application field of the incorporated systems, Moldova can actually consolidate its position on the international map for innovation and in competitiveness. The conference Embedded Moldova, it's a collaboration platform, but also it's an inspiration tool that definitely will contribute to the transformation of this sector into an engine for progress in Moldova. Thank you so much, and I wish everyone a successful and inspirational forum. Thank you very much, Mr. Beltrani, for your opening word. And now I would like to invite Mr. Vitalie Eșanu, the president of ACEM Moldova, with a welcoming word. Hello, everyone. First of all, I do want to mention all the participants, all the contributors. I just want to say that me as the president of the association and we as an industry in general, thank you very much for the support in organizing the second edition of the conference in the Republic of Moldova. Not everyone understands what means embedded. It's an English word that was for a long time untranslatable, but I want to thank first of all the partners, the Ministry of Economy, the Agency of Investment, and I want to thank again sponsors, the Swiss government, GIZ, and also, of course, the sponsors, the local sponsors. And I'm speaking about the companies that are in this industry. And I want to thank the speakers of today, because the discussions today will talk about problems, but also successes and opportunities for the future development. I want to thank also all the guests that decided to join this event. So, as a president of the association, I would like to say that in the organization of this second conference, and I think also for the future, the association of the companies from electronic industry the role is huge, because we are bringing together the companies working in the field. We are like a port for the big ships, and I'm talking about enterprises that are actually using to create a voice that would talk with partners, with government representatives. And in that sense, Embedded Moldova, but I would say that also very important is the role of those that contribute to have joint successes and joint results. And nowadays, electronics is developing with huge steps, with huge speed. Every morning we wake up and we understand how many new things appeared, one more option, one more way to do things. The fridge works on itself. The production, the electronics that we have around us, they become more and more independent. So things are changing tremendously around us. And those people that are behind the embedded tools, they are making the difference. And I think the vision fully changed in the last years about this kind of development. So the word of the day would be the big change, and the technologies are helping people. And it's very important to allocate capacities. It's very important to have the support of different stakeholders. And I want to stress upon the fact that the electronic industry from Moldova is one of the few that are not actually working for Moldova, because as the previous colleagues said, 90% of what we make is being exported. I also have an enterprise, and Moldova doesn't actually need these kind of volumes of these kind of products. And, you know, the company that I'm leading, it has equipment for 180 cities of the world. And in Moldova, we have 4 big cities. So, I mean, it's about electric transportation. And in that sense, it can contribute tremendously to the development of our country by creating opportunities, also jobs, and not only, and solutions. And I'm sure it's going to be more and more developed. So now embedded is everything is embedded, like the industry, the electronics at home, like the automotives, and also the medicine. And as our colleague from Switzerland said, this is also the internet, the smart internet, Internet of Things. Solutions like intelligent house. So there are hundreds and thousands of directions where we can develop. And we, as members of the association, we are not competitors. We are only a few in this country, although we make exports of more than $700 million. But it's not at all a competition between us. Our competitors are actually outside the country. That's one more reason for us to be united. That's why we need to go around this principle of embedded. Let's develop together. Let's create new products together. Let's be performant. Let's be good competitors on the outside markets. So on those markets, we need to find better solutions. Solutions that would help grow our country's GDP. So everything we do is really big. These are solutions that need a lot of intelligence behind it, a lot of mind work. These products, they have an added value. It's not that the state needs to do investments. We are actually making this as long as the state is helping us. I mean, it's just supporting our trends. So again, coming back to this word, embedded, it's an English word. And I said at the beginning that many people don't really understand what embedded is. Like, for example, people of my age that don't speak English, they never can get it. What is embedded? And actually, it's about new solutions. It's about new needs and new requirements. And it's about looking from a different angle to different things that can be brought together. So it's about incorporated systems. So the meaning of embedded is actually incorporated systems. And this word incorporated, it means that we need to have a deeper vision. We need to have a new type of vision. We need to change our mindset even. So it's a huge list of issues, but the results can actually bring to something unbelievable. So the enterprises that are dealing with the embedded actions, they usually have very strong specialists. They need to have those strong specialists. And unfortunately, today we don't have so many of those specialists. And together, our purpose is to actually grow those specialists. These people, they are not just born smart. They need to know the heart. They need to have those skills. They need to understand so many IT things. I mean, these are people with huge skills. They need to know physics, math. They need to know the object that they want to automatize from scratch. They need to understand how to improve something. When we talk about medicine, they need to know also some medicine. If we speak about agricultural devices, they need to understand something in agriculture. So it's a lot of work behind that. But I don't want to take too much of your time. And I'm so happy that we have this day and we were able to organize this day to be able together to see the issues, the opportunities, the trends, the development directions. Outside the country, there is this notion, embedded engineer, but not everyone understands what means embedded engineer. This actually means that a person is highly professional. And I am glad that we, as members of the association, those that can teach such specialists, they exist in Moldova. And I'm speaking about the technical university. It's a strong university. And we collaborated with this university. We created together new specialties in that university. We worked together in order to change the training materials for the students because the old curricula is not updated, is not working anymore. In our enterprise in 2025, we had 20 students that were doing their internship. And this actually diminishes the distance between us and the academia. And it's much faster. And it's great that this is happening. And I think this field, it's an amazing perspective, opens new perspectives and amazing perspectives for Moldova. So yeah, the Ministry of Education also needs to be aware of this. Dual education is crucial, not only for vocational education. This is what I wanted to say about perspectives. I usually know that I talk too much, but one more thing I want to say is that I really am grateful to all of you. We are grateful for your support. We wish luck everyone. And I am personally expecting for proposals for the next conference. And have a great, successful day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eșanu. Maybe I spoke a lot, but I just wanted to share my opinion. No, you didn't share just your opinion, but you also shared the opinion of all the industry. So thank you very much to all for your messages and for the trust that you share for our industry. Your continuous support of also international partners helps us to transform our potential and successes with economic and social impact. We would like also to thank our partners and sponsors because with their support this edition was possible. We have the partnerships with GIZ, the Swiss Development, the investment agency. The sponsors is OTP, ADB, Business Orcolia Lux, Processio, Magnetec, EasyDo Technologies, and media partners, Steer Media and Point Media. Dear audience, the following part of the agenda is the technical part where we'll underline the potential for development of embedded abilities of Moldova. So we will start with the founder and the CEO of EasyDo Digital Technology, David Coyon. EasyDo is a technological group, is present in French, Romania, and Moldova, specializes in offering IT digital solutions. Among the projects is KeyPass, which is an innovative platform which is dedicated to intelligence solutions for energy, industry, and buildings. Mr. Coyoni will share with us today the vision of this topic of future full automated industries. Mr. Coyon, the floor is yours. Good morning. I prepared the speech in English, but I would like to do the introduction in Romanian. I'm French, but live in Romania for over 15 years. I have a vast experience in IT. I worked over 25 years in IT and software, and now in more advanced technologies, and we work continues to improve and develop. And now I will switch to English.
Okay, so I will switch in English. Can you put the next slide, please? Sorry. Okay. Next. Okay. So we are a technology group. Our main duty is to do IT services, but we have 3 spin-offs. One of them is KeyPass. KeyPass, we will discuss, is smart platform in the energy sector and in the PropTech. The second business unit, and I saw we are in a good place here, is what we call a digital heritage, where we develop we integrate some platform and some equipment, and we can digitalize the heritage. So I saw here with the video, all the skills in art and heritage, we can do something. And the third project is close to cybersecurity, a business unit where we are definitely active, like working with state, government, and also private companies, where we come with technology, cybersecurity technology. We are partner with the main equipment and software companies. In Moldova, we are working with S&T Moldova, where we have some common interest. It's the leading IT integrator in Moldova, I don't forget. The objective today is to talk about the Industry 4.0. So 4.0 is the logic evolution of the first revolution. So I just want to make a short introduction because we don't realize, but we are now in a full new area where is coming the Industry 4.0. So what does it mean? 4.0 means integration between IoT platform, smart platform, and all what we call the cyberspace, meaning that all the systems are integrated together. This means that we can then give automation, this we have it already, but we can give also autonomy. The autonomy means that the system can take information from the other systems, machine to machine, and they can process the data, and from the data they can give intelligence and they can give action. This is what we call Industry 4.0, and this is what we are going to discuss today. What does it mean to go to 4.0? Means that we work in DIoT. So I understood that the previous speaker was talking about embedded system. So embedded system for sure is a part of this IoT. With the IoT, we can interconnect it many, let's say, field management, on-prem, in the cloud, in the building or in the areas, and all these devices can be connected together. This is a part of this. For sure, we talk about real-time. I understood 5G. But if you talk about IoT device, we are also talking about battery and the life duration of the battery. So sometimes we don't need data in real time. We can use data on the asynchronous time. We can take data one time a day. We can take data one time a year. It depends the use case. So it's important to manage the communication and all the protocol. Then we go to the cybersecurity, because if we talk about the data, we talk about cybersecurity. It's a must. It's a must to control the data, and this is why I will explain a bit on the next slide. When you have all your data, when you have all the interconnected system, then you can go to some machine learning, you can go to some intelligence artificial in order to optimize, to automate, and to give prediction, to do business operation, to do business optimization. So then we come back to what we do. What we do, we develop a platform, a smart platform named KeePass. And with KeePass, we focus on two main verticals. One is the energy, the other one is what we call the PropTech. PropTech means facility management, building, and open space. I will focus on the energy sector. In the energy sector, we have some, especially in Moldova, we have some concern about the price. We have some concern about the source of the energy. Well, okay, this is for the distributor. But at the level of the territory, we have to optimize all the display, all the energy, how we give the energy, and how we control and optimize the consumption and the cost. And for this, you need to have this smart platform and all what we have today in Moldova, the smart meter and some other device that can be interconnected. So I make a small slide to explain you how it's functioning, but I think we have some professionals, they know very well. So first, the most important is the equipment. So we have I understood there are some people speaking about the, let's say, willingness, which sincerely encourage to develop in Moldova a production capacity, a local production capacity, to produce many devices. It can be in the energy sector, the gas, the electricity, or the water. It can be also the green energy. It can be whatever you want. Then, the idea is that we connect every equipment, we connect them via some protocol of communication. So understood in Moldova, it's more LoRaWAN, but it exists many other protocol of communication. At the end, is a problem of cost, because when you display massively millions of devices, you need to control the cost, but also you need to control the effectiveness of the communication. So we are involved in many projects in Romania. They work with NB-IoT. They work, some of them, with LoRaWAN. Some of them, they work with 0G, Sigfox. Some other one, they use 2G, 3G, 4G. Okay, and they take some strategies. And our role is to help them to have full efficiency, because in some area, it doesn't function. In some area, you don't have the right coverage. In some area, it costs too much to come with this communication protocol. So our strategy is to work with any protocol of communication and to optimize the communication process, to receive the data at the better cost, at the better efficiency. Then, when you have the data, you collect the data in your server. Let's say we have a unified data stake from which we can collect all the data, and then you can apply some functionality over it. So I put in the back cybersecurity and YAM. I think it's a little bit too much technical to speak today, but it's a part of what we do. We control and protect the data. And in the back, at the end, you can process with your business. The business you process is the billing, is the customer management solution. It's SCADA, for sure, for the energy is SCADA, and all the ERP, what you can get to interconnect with your existing systems. Then, after that, you can apply machine learning, big data, artificial intelligence, because we want to optimize the data that you obtain. So this is an example of Industry 4.0, because if you take a look, once you put in place everything, you don't have any more human interaction. The humans are working around. We work with the human people, with ourselves, via some solution, but everything is automated. So I will not explain very well all, but you can read it. So the main advantage for the energy sector is the leak, the fraud, and the cost. You can also control the budget. So when you talk about a city, when you talk about a territory, or if you talk about a distributor, they want to know the budget. They want to control the budget. They want to know what will be the budget. They want to reduce the cost. They want to optimize the cost. They want to optimize the efficiency of the people, the efficiency of the operation. So all of this is done via the data we collect, and then you can transform them into business process operational performance. Today we are discussing in Romania with some cities. The objective is to optimize the budget and to give visibility to the citizen. So what is for? Is for to, as we say, to reduce the cost, to reduce the loss, to be sustainable, to give green certificate to the city, but also to control the budget and to give visibility to the citizen. For the private sector, the most important is to have a reliable system, to have a sustainability, and to have predictability in the delivery of energy. These are some examples. I give some screens. So you have a lot of data everywhere with some reports and also geospatial GIS, but this I think everybody knows. Then we come to the cybersecurity, which is, I think, an important topic. It's mandatory to talk cybersecurity when you talk about transformation of smart platform. You need to control the data. In our business, the data is the oil, is like the petrol. Without data, you cannot perform. And the data can be corrupt, can be taken, can be transformed, can be blocked. And this is what we see every day, especially in some domain. So our platform and our services are already integrated with the CM. I don't want to give, but CM, SOAR, we use some standard platform and we have some team that operate some service in the back. This is very useful when you want to be compliant with some regulation. What is important to understand is that this cybersecurity can be also, in Moldova, a good source of improvement in terms of training. We discuss about university. So I think it's very important to start to have a good team. I understood they have a few classrooms here, but this should be increased a lot on the local market because there are very, very few specialists. And I think it's a must, if you want to talk about digitalization and Industry 4.0, it's a must to have local provider in cybersecurity. So what I want to say, the future is not only machines, it's also about the data and it's also about the trust. If we do not trust, if we do not act like I understood an ecosystem and we don't trust each other, it will be very difficult to build the Industry 4.0 in Moldova or anywhere. We should work together, we should work locally, and we should invest, as understood, in training, but also we should invest with some people who can come and deploy in Moldova with the know-how. And this should be transformed into one industry with startup, with a new ecosystem that will be ready for the next evolution compared to what we see outside of Moldova to prepare the economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Coyon. I have only one question for you. How can private companies, such as industry players, benefit from your platform KeePass in their journey towards Industry 4.0 and also automation operations, for sure?
Yes, we discussed about the 4.0 industry, but the main, let's say, in this time, the most important point is the economy, to reduce the cost. So the way we sell our platform, we sell the platform like a contract. We say, okay, what is your cost if you control better your budget, if you control better your energy, let's say, and if you control better your operational performance. And what is the cost if you have a downtime of your energy? What's happening? your machines are not anymore functioning. So what are you going to do? And then we start to understand and to speak with the manufacturing company, for example, and we come to a plan in which we can deploy the platform. And when you talk to one industrial person, he understood very well what we say, and normally he should agree.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Microphone.
Hi, my name is Dina Roylan, and I represent, I'm the Salford president of Greater Manchester Chamber of Commerce, which is the largest chamber of commerce in the UK. I'm very interested in your presentation, and I'm just wondering whether the slides are going to be available post-event. That's one thing. Secondly is that you mentioned about the smart meters, and you also mentioned the word trust. And what is happening in the UK at the moment, it is a government initiative that the smart meters would be rolled out to every household in the UK. There is a resistance to have them installed in private residences simply because of lack of trust. Due to the fact that the smart meters, they're not really that accurate, depending on their settings, because instead of actually providing a valuable service to the providers, it actually ends up for the residents to pay much more for their electricity, simply because the meter is moving a bit too fast for anyone's liking. So how do we mediate the trust? How do we improve on the smart meters? And how do we ensure that they're actually accurate? Thank you.
Yes, it's a very good question. So I want to tell you that I work in this field since 3 years. Okay, it's a new field. I want to precise. We already integrated more than 20 manufacturing companies, for you to know. So for sure, we saw what we call a certification. So they are national certification. And your problem in UK means that the authority is, I think, working on the new certification to control better the quality of the equipment. What we face in Romania, and I think is very true here, is the budget. So we are a cost-effective, let's say, territory. So we cannot come with, let's say, the latest generation of smart optronic meter where you have a lot of device data that you can, over this, control some accuracy. So here it's a challenge. We work on with some manufacturers to provide a cost-effective solution, which are giving you what you mentioned, the precision, capable to make sure there is no mistake in the reading of the meter. But I can tell you that when we do what we call a proof of concept, okay, when we do a POC, a proof of concept, in general we do it with 2-3 products, and we give it to the distributor, for example, and they put their own test because they have their own laboratory. And I should tell you that the results are sometimes different one of each other, you know. So we are not here intervening in the precision metering, okay, it's not our duty. What we do is that controlling the data, we can in the back, when we receive the data, we can make some checkup. So when you have, let's say, history, when you have data, historical data, then you can analyze and you can do much more fine analysis. And if you have some, let's say, events that show you there is, let's say, abnormal consumption, you know, then you can raise to the field team that can go to take a look and maybe to see what's going on or to replace the device. It's a sensitive subject, what you say, because sometimes the differences are very thin, and this is why I advise to test more than one producer first, but also to work with the local authority to work on the certification. And the fact that we can control the data and then cross-data check help also to avoid a misunderstanding to the citizen. The citizen also have some problem because the cost of the energy is rising a lot, so it's a problem. And one of the let's say the compliance is to give full transparency via platform to the citizen. Like this, they can see what they consume, and they can also see the price of the market, what is given by the distributor, okay? Not to have any surprise, because some of them are very shocked by the rise, the huge high rise of the bill, and because of that, they overreact. So we should give them, I think it's a good idea to give them transparency, and maybe to go to help them to reduce energy, or to use alternative energy when they can. And this is why we see also the energy provider to use more than one energy. So some of them that are selling gas, they are selling electricity, and they start to sell also water. So they try to come with green energy also, and then they can make some patch, and they can help to reduce the bill based on the hour, based on the type of usage.
Okay. Mr. Coyon, thank you very much for your intervention and for your presentation. Eu vă reamintesc în pauzele de network.
I would like to remind you that in the networking break, you can continue discussions with our speakers, and I would like to invite Mr. Andrei Pintilie, and he's the technical manager of IFM Electronics, and he has over 10 years experience in the field, and he will talk to us about automatization. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. I'm glad to be here today. I would like to start by saying that you have a beautiful city. I don't know if you understand and realize that a lot of cities would like to have the greenery that Chisinau has, and it's important to keep it. I come from Sibiu, Romania. And today I would like to share a little bit about what are we doing, IFM, for the industries of Romania. How much we help them to automate, digitalize, and to show you some results. When we're talking about IoT or IIoT, industrial of industries, and the industry 4.0, we'll talk about data that is transformed into information, and ideally information is transformed into rules and regulations, because you will see with times that we will get to a time when we have too much data but we don't have enough information, and the paradox will be the opposite of what we want, because we have a lot of data and we don't know what to analyze. That's why it's important to take into account that when the digitalization starts, we have to establish some rules that come from the information, that come from the data. So about the company. I don't know if you found, you know about our company, use our products. It's on the market since 1969. We are present globally in over 60 countries. We have production in Romania, Singapore, and Germany a lot. What I want to underline is the IFM is a global leader on sensory products, but also we have monitoring system software. We are leaders on control of the equipment. So from our point of view, the data comes from the sensors and how we make them the more intelligent possible. As a portfolio of products, we have the whole variety of products. The products that we offer, the smart products that we offer, are the data source that will be digitalized and automated. A few new directions that we are moving to is the AI. Because AI, we're using it currently, all of us, and it needs a lot of servers where it will be stocked, saved. And the tendency lately is cooling systems for servers. If the country, Moldova, will be one of the countries that data centers will be opened, it's a perfect place where automatization could start. Also, we can talk about water industry. Easily the water will be more and more expensive resource, and we know this. Digitalizing could start with there, focusing the focus that we are putting on as a company. Also, we can talk about automatization in logistics, ports. I was yesterday in Bucharest in a forum, and we talked a lot about logistics, on how we can digitalize the systems, how to structure the paths to be, the roads to be more efficient. And also will influence the economy, the advantages to us that are purchasing the goods. Okay, my presentation will have a lot of technical terms. I will try to explain them and make them as easy to understand. If we're talking about data, look on the left. We can talk about Industry 3.0 plus. Some data was enough to make the equipment work. Now we have access, because of the sensors, to all other information. A sensor, if I go technically, a sensor can give me a lot of information. We can know the time of function, what hobbies do you have, what do you like to do. Things that we can manage and see if the car is broken. What problem could it be if a quality program? Everything comes from a simple sensor. The sensor defines the machine. At the moment, we focus on 80% of the data. We analyze and we have some conclusions that we look at. We have a graph here, a number of intelligent hubs that were sold per year. So you can see a huge growth and how the graph is going, skyrocketing more and more every year. Each hub represents a point of data collection from different systems. What I want to underline, a little bit technical, is we as FME, we cover everything that is needed on the market. We're talking on the lower level, OT level, and to IT level, where the data goes and how we analyze it. It's a lot of ways that we can do that. I will not share a lot, but I want to say that this is the step how the data is automized and the data is analyzed. We will get to a situation where, or actually we are, a lot of clients that we have, we offer digital solutions, and they don't use them at their potential because it's a lot of alarms, a lot of notifications, and they don't know what's the problem and what it causes it. So many companies have this issue. So we brought additional modules and we go into the machinery side where we filter the data in such a way that the data that come and share alerts to be the ones that are relevant for the company. If until now we had data, rules, and we were receiving information due to the algorithms with AI and machine learning, now we will have data and rules that will help us take our next decision. Each machinery and us, if we could report us, we see as a machine, we have a fingerprint. And we can understand which car is or which equipment has the problem and help find the solution. And we can move to the lane keeping assistant. What do we want to do with our models is to offer the system a lot of information, and then it can tell us it should go in this direction, just to have the exact information that we need. If we move the lane, then it will tell us. If a problem shows, then we can see what are the solutions could be to that problem. For this, we have a few models. The previous speaker was talking about the platform that we have. We have a similar platform. It analyzes the equipment that we have in production, and it gives you some AI models, different ones, and it helps us identify the anomaly. We're not just follow or try to identify a limit, but an anomaly, and we take some measures and we can tag it and we can say this was broken or defected, and when the situation repeats, we will receive the cause of this issue and we can intervene. So when we can move to condition monitoring. Everyone uses this concept, but when we're talking about the functioning, we can talk about the human body.
So there are a few types of condition monitoring, like reactive. If we have a headache, we go to doctor. In order to prevent that, we go to the doctor once in 6 months, if you feel it or not. I mean the pain, and we focus on predictiveness, and that means to know in time when a problem might appear. So then it means that we need a service, and you decide when you do the service in the equipment. So you are not surprised something is not just broken and you cannot repair it. Because we can have this situation when we don't know if we have spare parts, we don't know about the costs and the time limit to remediate the situation. And of course, sometimes it can go to huge costs if we do not take this into consideration, this principle of prevention. So repetitive maintenance is giving you the transparency of the process. And for this, we have a few dedicated systems through which, if we take some equipment from the production, like ventilators, pumps, testing systems, and others, we can actually teach the AI model to focus on them and give us a scoring and a possible future cause for a defect. And then, having this model, you can have a very simple overview of what is happening with your equipment. And it gives you also an insight about when you have to intervene and when you have to do the maintenance. I went a little bit into the technical part because I think it's a need to discuss this in order for people to understand how we reach some results. Because we all speak about digitalization, data purchase, but in the same time, the system is quite simple, as long as you understand what is the root problem. And then you just assess the data, and that's it. Let's see if, to take a case, when the owner of the company asks a maintenance engineer, what is happening with my pump? And then it's quite complicated, because it's very difficult sometimes to understand what pump, what was in that pump, what data is related to that pump, what limitations the pump has. So we thought to elaborate a model. Everybody talks about ChatGPT. It became part of our life overnight, and we ask him questions. I don't know, did you ever try to talk to him? You will see what interesting interaction you can have. Sometimes some people even become dependent on that kind of interaction. So it's about talking with ChatGPT about the database, about the softs, about how the functioning of the machine happened in the last 24 hours, and so on and so forth. And then, when you have the interface, the system answers, that's how many plant stops you had, that's what happened. So imagine that you can apply this to any device, like a device that is consuming energy, that is consuming compressed air, that is consuming gas or anything else. Or my vehicle, I can apply this to everything. So it's quite easy to use this platform in that sense. Another technical aspect, but very important to be mentioned, when we speak about digitalization, it's about information systems, automatized systems. And quite often, we need a way to connect to the equipment of the client. If, for example, you are an integrator of systems. And the best way to do it is to actually do this remotely. Remotely, there are always complications about the internal policy, regulations. So we can do this system to be very simply adapted to the remote control. Another important moment is energy monitoring. I don't know how it's in Moldova, but I'm pretty sure it's like in Romania. Energy became the most expensive utility. and I'm speaking about electrical energy and production of compressed air. In Romania, at least, this is one of the most expensive things, and compressed air and electricity. So, in this case, we have a very simple use case. We speak about a company that has 3,000 employees, 10 compressors. So the costs for the electricity for 1 year only to produce compressed air, it's about 3 million euro, up to 4 million euro, the cost of the whole factory. So we can take some actions to, for example, take the statistical data. 30% of losses are within the distribution of compressed air. Speaking about this sum, the client would have to invest at least 1 million euro in order to remediate those situations, in order to find some solutions. So that's what he did in this case, this concrete case. So there are a few use cases here. So a company in Romania, the HEDA, you probably heard about it, implemented our solution for the compressed air to count the line expense, the line usage, and they usually they are the one producing lights for the cars, for the vehicles. So they assessed a few points for a period of a year, and the conclusion was that they lose 15,000 euro when they don't have production line on the line because of holidays or weekends. So when the owner saw this 15,000 euro loss, they actually wanted to switch to a different approach. They wanted to stop the whole system during the weekends and the holidays, and also during the breaks. And they made a ROI calculation. So they wanted to make sure, like, for example, how can I save? Let's start from an amount of 5,000 euro. So for them, in 4 months, they lost this 5,000. So in order to get the return of investment, they decided to take this solution. And after the solution, we actually reached the platform, reached the threshold that they wanted. So it was not anymore about the expenses, it was about the profit. And in the case of the company HENA, they, after this success story, we applied the same approach in many other companies all over the country. Another player, they bought, by the way, a big part of shares of Continental. They made the same thing, but with energy meters. I was talking about this earlier. So for 16 vehicles, they applied this. They saw the difference. They made the calculations. They saw that in 4 months they had the return of investment related to energy. And then what they did, they just applied the eco mode when it was not used. So return of investment for them was after only a few months, and it was about 30,000 euro netted value. So it was the same for the compressed air. When you monitor something, you can see exactly where the losses are happening and how they are happening. As a conclusion, I can say that energy is a very important point. Industry 4.0 and IT helps to monitor that, help to keep the track. And it's about how well the equipment is functioning, and monitoring and assessment of data, I think, is one of the crucial things that you can start to do today. Thank you very much for your attention, but I have 2 more slides for the end. Okay, so these slides are related also for the to the monitoring of the consumption. Our clients asked Power BI reports, and a few companies already are requesting in Romania, actually not only in Romania, at the level of the world, the global level. And in order to have better visibility for the consumption, you can see the whole consumption on the factory, at the level of the factory, and then the structured solutions for each plant. And then if you decide to take some measures to implement some solutions, you go to the main consumers, to the area where the consumption is higher. And that's where you try to reduce the consumption. That's where you start. Okay, that was it from my side. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Pentilea. We will continue and we will welcome you back in the next panel. But now I would like to actually announce that we are starting with the IT Trends and Industry 4.0 process automation that is going to be moderated by Vyacheslav Shuskevich, consultant for the development of the private sector within the project Strong Communities for Moldova, supported by the German government and Swiss government and implemented by GIZ Moldova. He actually is SBA project responsible and has a experience with the international partners. So also, I want to say that there are a few partners that contributed today to the organization of this event. So the conference is organized with the support strong and enterprises and communities in Moldova, financed by the German and Swiss government, implemented by GIZ Moldova, strategic partner Agency of Investments in Moldova, OTP Bank, Inform Business, Steinecker Electronics, Magnetic Components, Processio, Megatronics Innovation Center, Orcolea Lux, Simples Ltd, EasyDo Technologies, StirMD and PointMD media partners. Dear audience, I invite here Mr. Moderator Vyacheslav Shutkevich to moderate the panel that follows. Mr. Vyacheslav, the floor is yours. Hello. We are very glad to have this room full of people. Dear friends, dear colleagues, dear partners and participants from the country, from outside the country, I am very glad to be here present at the second edition of Embedded Moldova conference. And I am also glad that participants are interested to be part of this. So this is in partnership with the government of Switzerland and government of Germany, and we are very honored to be part of this process. I'm honored to moderate. Thank you for the trust. So for Moldova, it's gonna be also as preparedness for the European Union integration of the country. So today's subject in that sense is Industrial Internet of Things, IoT Trends and Industry 4.0, reducing cost and errors through process automation. So we live in an era when the IT technologies are changing fundamentally the way the companies are developing activities, from production to logistics, and up to different services, no matter the fields they are acting in. Automatization of the process is not anymore just an option, but it's an essential part of the process in order to make sure that errors are eliminated and the competitiveness of the companies are growing. So the IT trends, reduction of cost and errors through process automatization that we want to have is also related to the increase of awareness of the suppliers with IT solutions. Some of you are present today in the room. Also, among the operators, small and medium enterprises, support institutions, to talk also about impact investments in order to consolidate the competitiveness of small and medium enterprises from Moldova. We will have also some concrete cases of implementation of IT solutions and 4.0 industry, automatization and efficiency in also stimulating these solutions adoption. Madam Prime Minister actually mentioned about this, about the importance of this field in their speeches at the beginning. So identifying the challenges and solutions and the gaps and the barriers is very important. We will speak today about the costs, regulations, policies, and practical solutions. The increase of competitiveness of SMEs in Moldova in the context of the European Union integration, generation of ideas and recommendations about how IT solutions can help small and medium enterprises in order to increase their competitiveness and in order to actually have better access on the European Union market. So that would be the discussions about this within this panel. We have today with us a few amazing speakers. We have actually, in this panel, we have 6 speakers. All of them have big experience in the fields where they work. Some of them are also founders of companies, general directors of the companies, but also they have key functions within the companies. And what brings them together is that they have the same vision about innovation through technology. And I think all of you in this room are sharing the same view. So we want to thank all of them for accepting our invitation, and some of them actually had to travel from Romania to physically be present at this panel. So what we want to have today is a practical discussion with real examples and perspectives for the future of the 4.0 industry in our country. I was thinking how to make this presentation easier. I would like to invite each of them here. Mr. Andrei Pintilie, Technical Manager of EFM Electronic, Romania. I'm not going to say too much about you. Elena already mentioned about your presentation. Thank you so much for being here with us. The next person that will join our panel will be... So, we are very glad to have today Gheorghe Gârjev, CEO and founder of BSW Tech. So he is a young entrepreneur, visionary, very active, with a remarkable passion for technology and innovation. He makes, he's not only involved in the industry, he's also passionate about sports. He was a power lifter, he was always a fighter, and this also shows in his business activity. He created a very dynamic company which is specialized in IT advanced solutions and embedded solutions, and he contributes to the digital transformation of different industries. I'm not going to go into details, he's going to speak himself. Under his leadership, there is a dedicated team of young engineers for in 3 fields, elaboration of Sigfox technology for gas counters, modernization of interphonic systems, and the third, the new generation of smart air conditioning. And besides the fact that he is the founder of the company, he also has a role of the member of the board of the Association of Electronic Companies. We are very glad to have him on board. The next speaker is Mr. Aleko Dragomir. He is the founder of Orcolia Lux, specialized in industrial automatization and IT solutions. He graduated the Technical University from Moldova as Gheorghe, the previous speaker. that I presented, he has an international huge experience in Europe, but also in the United States. He is very active in programming and installation of automatized advanced systems and robots in industries, 4.0 industry, and robots made in Moldova. So Alecu is going to tell us more about his products. Right now he's very active in IT for the energy field, where he implements monitoring solutions and remote control of the meters, intelligent smart meters for the photovoltaic parks and biomass systems. He contributed to the integration of the systems SCADA with Moldelectrica, Premier Energy, Feyenoord, all of these big players and in the smart meter field for the Avan technology, as Mr. Coyon mentioned previously. And this is quite specific on the market. So next speaker in our panel is going to be Maxim Granatiri, the General Director of ADD Technology. Maxim, please take your seat. It's part of the ADD company. He has more than 19 years of implementation of smart meters systems in the energy field. Their meters are actually used in more than 30 countries. And Maxim has a huge experience in communication solutions for the connection of smart meters and experience in the PLC prime technology. So it's electricity, smart meters, FS 3GPP and LoRaWAN. So for many people maybe it's not something familiar, but for the specialist in the room you definitely know what we are talking about. Or for those that are online, that could be a very interesting subject. He is a PhD in standardization and metrology. He is he is an experimental specialist. Okay, the next speaker is from Romania, Mr. Mihai Dârzan, the CEO of... so it's about technologies, solutions also related to automatization of specific processes of the field. And it's quite an interesting field, by the way. And Processio is a new low-code platform that allows the automatization of processes, but also creation of the apps used by those that don't have extensive experience in using IT tools. The next, the last but not the least, is Mr. Vladimir Neznanov. It's a founder and CEO of Lovati ATM, a company that not so many people know, maybe only the specialists in the field know. So he represents a generation, an older generation, but working with very modern technologies. He has a huge experience in implementing SCADA solutions for the supervision of technical infrastructure from household level to the big enterprises level. Only a few words here because from 2004 he is working in the field, and he has implemented solutions with Termoelectrica within more than 1,000 monitoring systems, monitoring more than 10,000 parameters. And it has a huge capacity of delivering data. So, thank you very much for being here, dear participants. We want to have a practical discussion. Let's try to be in time because we are limited in time. I would suggest to switch to the first question. It's going to be a joint question for all of you. How do you see the role of Industry 4.0 and IoT in the Republic of Moldova? and in the reduction also of costs and errors. What would be their role? And you can please stick to 3 minutes for this intervention, because we are many and we want to make sure that everyone gets the floor. So I would suggest to start by Mr. Andrei, or we can start from the other side. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, one by one. Thank you. So I believe that it's critically important to have the EOT and the Industry 4.0, because we are at the time when data is everywhere. And if to speak about the production, there are big chances that all those informations become available. You just have to pick them up. You have to be able to assess them and make your production more efficient and reduce errors. And in this way, of course, improve quality. And a very important factor is that you have to do that in time, because if you won't, you will not be competitive on the market anymore. And slowly, you will stay behind. So that would be my short answer. So it's really important to have the digitalization. You have to collect and process data and improve continuously the processes. As we do this as people, we have to develop constantly. Thank you very much. George? I will speak about my biggest pain. I believe, speaking about our IoT and Internet of Things, we need to test all the modules and see where we locally can implement them. Just short answer. Thank you. Mr. Aleko. Okay, hello everyone. So if to speak about digitalization and Industry 4.0, I see this as an opportunity for future development. And as it was mentioned, together with the artificial intelligence, we can actually reach a maximum efficiency from any production process. In the field of robotics, but also in the field of smart meters. Taking into account the latest progresses in the field, together with local producers, we can reach the international level and even overcome the expectations of European Union, because we know that they have less expectations towards outside countries. Many people think that we are less developed country, but our brain works quite progressively, I would say. So, from our point of view, the future is in our hands, in the hands of those that are in the IoT field. And I'm not speaking here only about the Internet of Things, but also the industry of the IoT. From the point of view of mechanism production, robots production. So all of it needs data collection, automatization, and good processing. So in that sense, I think it's a huge opportunity for our local brains to show that we do have capacity and we do have already results. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to focus on IoT in the field of smart meters, because this is what we produce and implement. And here I definitely see a huge chance of the Republic of Moldova to become a country with a very developed network of intelligent meters, smart meters. Is a visible possibility, is not something for the far future, something that already is being done. And our country is quite small, but we can do things quite smart and fast. We have the resources needed for that, and I believe that we are a little bit behind in comparison with Romania or even Ukraine, because some of the projects were implemented earlier than in Moldova, but the smart meters and standards are already applied in our country, and we see already the projects that are being developed and give results. And we can also speaking about the smart meters, you can also say that Premier Energy is a good example of the utility of these devices, because they've been tested. So in the Republic of Moldova, everything is in our hands. We just need to take concrete decisions and implement things as fast as possible. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Mihai? A very interesting question. First of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm very glad to be here together with you. It's an interesting question for me because I am the person that actually is not the proper person to answer to this question, because I'm coming from the business perspective of automatization. But I'm going to try to answer to your question because I'm more focused on the business part. I am the person focusing before starting something, focusing on what we want to reach, where we want to be, and why we want to be there. Now, coming back to IoT and Industry 4.0, I believe it's very important to understand where we want to go and why we want to be there, because when we speak about these concepts, we talk only about let's do it. I never heard anyone saying let's do this because, besides reducing costs and make it more efficient, I think people do not go more into details. And I believe that in order for the progress in Moldova to accelerate in IoT and Industry 4.0, things must go deeper and go to a more concrete level to answer specifically to the question where, why, and what exactly we want to do. So here it's also about changing the mentality. Thank you.
We apologize for the translators, but there is someone that will speak in Russian. Hello? Yes. I represent the Lovati ATM, and we are working in the field in SCADA, abbreviation, or ASUTP, or dispatch systems. We develop SCADA Lovati products. It's web-oriented platform which is used for monitoring of the technological processes in the field of services, water, sewage, ventilation, energy, gas. In our developments and the processes, we use different technologies. We use integrated systems like embedded systems, and this is one of the topics of our platform, modules, and as I said, oriented towards web technologies, the cloud platforms. That is it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would suggest, because there are different representatives from different companies, so I ask the question and then you can answer from the perspective of your company and the services that you offer and products that you offer. So I would like to ask a question regarding the technologies and tendencies. What technologies will have an impact in the next 3-5 years with integration with AI and edge computing? I would suggest to start from Andrei, and we keep going. Because the things change so fast, companies, entrepreneurs don't even manage to adapt to all the changes. From our perspective, where we will use a lot the AI, it will be for filtering the data. The solutions that we're offering for years already, because we're doing already this for 10 years, 5 years more directly, we add a lot of data from production. We're condition monitoring, energy, KPI, there are data that without filtering them, it's hard to read them. We are in the moment in the daily life and also in the workspace where we don't have time. We don't have the extra time. We don't have time to filter the information, and you don't have also the attention span to be focused on something, even on a presentation. So we have to filter the data so the information that gets to the user to be as simple as concrete as possible. So AI technology for us, it's going to be moving towards this direction. Thank you very much. And your presentation, we saw the solution, and most probably all of us have experience with AI and know about it and have started to use it daily. Georgi from Basarabia Software, we have projects, automotive software, and let's say if 2 years ago or even 1 year ago we would do code review between colleagues, now we do a code review with AI. It's very fast, the production speed grows. You don't lose 3 hours on code review. You have 2 minutes to have a script and tells you where the problems and suggests maybe what to write better, what solutions would be better. So what we see and understand, we have a huge competition in China and the rest of the world, where China produces fast a lot of things. Maybe they're not the safest, maybe from the cybersecurity point of view. But if we as Europeans, we don't need, if we compete with China, we don't need speed. We need to use AI so that we could have added value on speed and compete with China. Aleku, if looking at the AI, there's a special courses to give initial data. You know, at school, the solving of the problem is with initial data, and from there we can solve and do deductions and so on. And AI needs data to be stocked, historical data. And as a concrete case, as you mentioned before, we work with SCADA systems, collecting data for solar power parks, biogas, wind power. So each producer has to give data to the electrical companies, a prediction. For example, tomorrow you need to produce 1 megawatt, 2 megawatts, 3 megawatts electricity, but taking into account the time, the weather outside, the sun, wind or not. For solar, we need sun. For wind, we need wind, and so on. So the data, the historical data collected are as initial data for AI, and it could predict based on the weather what production volume will be for tomorrow or other weather. So that's how we use AI, and a lot of companies actually use it. But I would say it's in new countries, they try to bring to perfection the prediction, the prognosis for next few days. But even there, it's not perfect. In Moldova, we have an error margin, let's say, of a positive, negative prediction, about 5%. But totally only positive and negative, from the reality, maybe 20-30%. The prediction error, just for you to understand, there is room for improvement. Again, with the data collected, this will be an amazing potential for improvement in the energy field. In robotics, it's more complex, because to have a better final result, you need a decision-making process. It's hard for a robot to give a robot to do a trajectory, a path, and use AI, because the AI could have tons of solutions. So as the colleague before shared, it's a decision for the factory, for production. What decision to take, where to reduce the cost or to use the use of technology. So production is one thing, and robotics is different, because with the quality control we always have to check, we always have to go to the robot and do a very detailed control. That's why AI it's harder than robots. The regulations, as you said, in the energetic field with the error margins is more strict, and we are going faster in Moldova than in Romania because we have to speed up, and I believe that without modern technologies we won't be able to face all the challenges. Maxim, here I'll talk about the data that we collect. If we're talking about smart meters, and I'll give an example. When we had the faster communication technologies with BLC, Prime, FSK, and for example, we had a project in Czech Republic. It was about 15,000 smart meters, and we're collecting the data to collect the data every minute to predict the information for the next 15 minutes. So after 6 months of the project, it wasn't enough resources at the data center to work on this data. And after this, in 2012, 2013, 2014, we increased the data 15 minutes or in 1 hour, 6 hours, 12 hours, or once a day. So we started with a small span, with small profiles of each smart meters, and this was not sufficient for data centers because they needed a lot of investments. Now we see when we have the AI, with the use of AI, we can monitor the data, we can take decisions, or even the AI can take decisions, and could also share some deeper solutions, because you said we have to have a goal. Why are we collecting the data, and what decisions will be taken based on this? And the second example, in smart meters, there are some essential things like connection and disconnection of consumers. Before the use of AI, was a person or two would decide who would be disconnected. But now we have the AI and tells us if they can or not, based on the billing data, did they pay the bills or not the last month, for example. So it's improving the business processes, and it helps make them more efficient. And on the project that we work, for example, if we say it could be used with different scripts, integrated, and then it could be used with different scripts, integrated, and then you can get to the goal that you need based of what the distributor needs. It might be more efficient for them, there will be a decrease in problems, and then, for example, will reduce factor problems. As a producer, you started very advanced when the market was not ready to accept the modern technologies, but now you are, I want to say the IoT now for us, was IoT even before it was IoT, because my company was formed 35 years ago, and we said that our philosophy, only smart meters we will produce. And everyone was saying, no, they will be expensive, they will be, I don't know what. But we were moving forward, but now we have 80 million smart meters, electricity and water were installed. So this IoT was for us even before it existed, let's say. Thank you, Mr. Mihai. This question, we need a whole conference for this. That's why I'm said, let's just try very, very, very shortly sharing. But the discussions could continue in the networking break. So there are different types of AI. you can put them on different categories. Lately, AI is more modern and it's more discussed because of the models, but the AI is used in different industries for many years. In energy industry, AI is used recently in forecasting, consumption, production, as my colleague was shared. And it's a trend that is growing because the costs are very significant, and they need to be able to predict more accurately the data. So we're talking here about like very good prediction, like 20% in a month. That's like really high. To be able to prognose this is very complicated. A lot of algorithms of AI don't give the results needed because they don't have or you don't have the data to give to AI. That's why IoT is important, because you can collect data from the system, temperature, weather forecasting, the equipment quality. Because when you have data, then you can use the algorithm of the AI and to do better prediction. And have predictions better on the equipment, when it will break, when do you need to replace it, so that you don't have an accident in the network or in the grid, so that you that you will be able to predict more things and prevent. We use a lot of AI for our companies that we do projects with. We do it in the business area. We use AI to extract structured data from the unstructured information, because there is a lot of information in companies that is not structured. So about 80-90% of the company, you can look and see that there's a lot of unstructured data. What does that mean? Conversations, emails, documents, audio registration or video registration. You can extract this information to be structured, and based on this you can take business decisions, and this was not possible if you don't analyze the data. You can help prevent some risks. We have AI agents that are assistants for business people. For example, like here, I have an AI agent that was created by me, and I use them. I scan the page and I can find out more information about the person. I can find the email, contact information, and it's just a name tag, right? Also, if we're talking about large language models, if we're talking about AI, let's say AI that is more discrete, on the edge, we see a huge problem in organizations of AI used, because we see that the AI is not used as much in companies. We would like that, but it's not, because the governance, auditability and traceability of the decisions taken by AI, where it's installed. For example, if you use it for a technical process to do forecasting, then you ask, why did they do this forecasting? Why did it take out this transaction and flagged it as a risk transaction, if we're talking about financial transactions? Or maybe a data correlation in an electrical installation. Why the AI took this decision to flag and to turn off a switch? So, in the way how AI will be adopted in these organizations will lead to a mix between classical logic and AI. For example, when you do data analysis, you don't give AI just the data. You give them standard filters, logic, and where you have indication that AI could flag it, you use AI so that it help you take a small decision, and you can trace that this was AI decision. Thank you. Did you understand the question? How AI and other technologies will be So how all of this future technologies, modern technologies, will be used in next 3-5 years? Just sharing from your activity, if you could share how this will be used. Yes, I understood. For sure, the AI it comes with a very fast speed, and in data processing, for example, the system that we are installing, first of all, they're collecting data about the technological processes, then we process the data to receive new information. For example, the gas is turned on and the heat is produced. We collect the data, how much gas is used, how much heat is produced. But this information is useful, but we're interested more how efficient the process is happening. Why from the same quantity of gas it's less heat produced. So these tasks in real time are to be solved and to look for solutions. And of course, at the moment we have the human brains and people that are working on this, but we believe that AI could do this more efficiently. Yeah. And one more thing, I heard an opinion, what's the difference between AI and human intelligence? Human intelligence has a lot of questions to AI, but the AI has no question to the human intelligence. Thank you. I'm looking at the time, so I want to combine the next question. It was challenges and costs, because we know a lot of small, medium enterprises or institutions that need automatization, they don't have money. They are thinking, would that make sense? Would that be useful? So what are the challenges and how we justify the costs? Mr. Andrei gave a good example in his presentation. But I would propose some practical examples where the costs were reduced from the perspective, again, of your companies. So for the 4.0 industry for Moldova, but also for region, you can share examples. I can bring a few examples, and there are many actually, regarding the advantages that you would have if you digitalize or automate some processes. Of course, it was a process. It wasn't very easy, even with us. We had to work on the client connection, communication, and we gave them a solutions. Okay, monitoring was very important. Of course, they saw the price. They were asking themselves, should they use this or not? And they said, no, okay, we won't use the solution. And in many situations, after some times, the equipment failed. For example, the compressor at the beer factory, Ursus. You've heard about Ursus Timișoara beer factory. There was a system that was there, purchased, but they didn't want it connected with a platform that will monitor and give them information. They were collecting themselves. This story is very interesting for me to share. The months died, the months passed, the compressor died. It was holding a big part of the company. The costs were huge. They said about 20,000 euros to unlock the production. And they didn't deliver the beer in that day. So for them it was a lesson learned, because they understood if they would have had the system, this would have not happen. So I helped them I showed them you had 3 months and you could do a lot of interventions to prevent this fail. And I had such an example at about 10 companies, and I was showing them, look, if you would have had the system, and this would happen. Unfortunately, they react reactively, but then they invest not to repeat the mistakes. Yeah, very interesting examples. We have companies in the company that are using automized solutions and production and so on. So I want to add just one thing. In Romania, there is no factory, beer factory, that doesn't have the monitoring system. I think all companies, we targeted after our successes of different companies, we targeted companies and we showed them like, look what your competitor does. So I think most of them installed it. Maybe there's some small factories that that's why the beer in Romania is so good, because they improved the quality. The Moldovan one is tasty too. We had an example last week when an international company stopped production because they didn't implement the predictive maintenance. Gurgi, some ideas. Good question. I don't know from which side to start. From your perspective, from your company, we are the company that develops services, but what benefits or what brings? Oh, the benefits are huge because it brings you monitoring. You can see concretely. If we're talking about smart home build management systems, you can see on sensor, equipment or camera, you can see. We as a development company, we say yes, we have to do a lot of devices, yes. But where? The local companies, where do they import everything? I don't know if you looked online or not of the DieterWise forum about the China production, the problems that we can face with them. So I'm a pioneer and I want to promote that a lot of things happen and produce in Moldova. We have to do a local networking. For example, me and David could do, he has KeePass and I can do models. How can we join and do something? Or we have another candidate to do, like we have to see how to collaborate. Mr. Marian could join something with someone to produce something locally. My opinion is that we have to join forces. Maybe let me re-ask the question. The challenge that you faced when you developed on ZForce platform. Piloravana we developed and it's ready. Mr. Oleg. No, what I wanted to say, what challenges you faced as engineer in engineering? The challenge is simple. Even today, we did the soft and the hard. And you think, where do you take the pieces? Which are the pieces from Europe and China? Now, some models were broken from the beginning. Some parts were broken and the tests were not working because when we had the meter, the gas meter was the pressure low, it wasn't reading properly. So there is a lot of challenges. The idea is how to make these products made in Moldova. I want to make them in Moldova. So the question is to all, do you have the prototype? Do you have the solutions? You test them. Yes, we have 3 meters. On the 3 meters we test daily, day and night, we collect the data. So we have to think with Mihai, maybe we do an AI to automate this and how to use them further. With Mr. Doite, we talked is like, why should we use LoRaWAN? Because LoRaWAN has a lot of expenses, right, Mr. David? Maintenance cost, maybe to use ZigFox. Why not? So we can change the chip and use the ZigFox, no problem. I'm so glad that 1 year ago, when we were at the conference, when we were discussing some ideas, now we have prototypes that could be implemented. We have 10 that we want to test, and with Mr. Oleg, we have to see when. and to have as many as possible to test. If you have apartments and you want to test my models, maybe we can do directly. It's a limited offer, so accept it. So, challenges, costs, and practical examples. If talking about my whole experience, maybe divided in some sectors: industry and IoT. Industrial, robotics and automized processes. California, for example, we produced industrial robots for palletizing some products, anthropomorph robots, and they were supposed to do a repetitive work of people on the factory. In this case, in California, 15 Mexican workers were packaging or making pallets in 8 hours. Now the robots are doing 12 or 20 pallets, so they increase the productivity. So when we're talking about automized processes, we have to ask what's the benefits. The benefit is of the company for sure, because we bring industrial automation. We lead to firing people or redirecting, or the companies are sharing. They say don't have people to employ. If we do more automized, then we can produce more. Well, yeah, if the company doesn't find staff for repetitive work, the robots can help, the industrial robots. So it's a benefit for the industry to increase the productivity. That's one sector that we have our experience, we have the successes, the robots made in Moldova. Recently, we implemented robots in Italy, in China, and at industrial level. If we're talking about monitoring system, SCADA, system control and data acquisition, we already call it IoT. We call it SCADA IoT. It's all together: the industrial part, the monitoring, and the remote control and smart metering. We do a hybrid system. We control the systems in real time, and we also register the data that are happening in the process. And later, all of this is used for statistical purposes. If we're talking about SCADA and real monitoring and statistics, a real example, Upper Canal Cahul. We know that the water is coming to our faucets. How it comes? A water station pumps the water and it's distributed through the whole city. What happens when the SCADA system is there and the data acquisition system? We see the pump is working, the water is sent to the consumers, but the efficiency of this data led to the fact that a one-way clapet was not working and the water was moving just in an inside and closed circuit. So the electricity was used for 1 year, more electricity, because the water was just flowing from a closed circle. So when IoT is installed, we were able to identify the problem and say, you have a problem at your installation, so you have to solve it. So once they solve the problem, they reduce the cost for 50%. Upper Canal Chisinau has this parameter, kilowatts in electricity per water pumped. So this coefficient was huge, a lot of kilowatts. So when you have the parameters that are acceptable, we used the experts from Germany. They looked the IoT SCADA, and we see the problem, and it helped us. But as Ms. Nanov says, we have the analysts, the intellectual one, the engineer. Everyone combined can be useful. Also, we have experience in smart metering in the water and gas and electricity. we take the water meters for the night. For example, we have information, historical data, constant use. For example, in the maybe in the toilet the water keeps running, or the faucet is it. So it's like warns you that somewhere the water is leaking, and the consumer just pays constantly, doesn't understand why. And the smart metering with historical data allows us to see, to analyze, and to offer solutions. So then you can, then the producers, the companies can call the users and say, look, something is happening, look at your equipment and take some measures so that you can decrease your costs. Shortly we go to Maxim. He went further, and just not warning, but it would stop the water. We open and close everything.
Okay, I listened to the question very carefully, and I'll try to answer. What are the benefits and costs for the development, for the product development? And what I was saying is that I'm going to speak about production now, mainly about electricity and costs for the development of production. So we are looking at different European stakeholders, and they organize different technical committees, and we see how they develop technologies. I'll give you an example. So for the water, there is a communication protocol, and it's sufficient for water sewage companies. But there are others, new ones, that, and we see this in statistical data about the activity, and it's also related to IoT, and it's very developed in Europe. In Moldova, we don't have NB-IoT as a network, and we as developer, we can develop this product, but the biggest problem is, where do we test it? And here, the cost is also the problem. For the testing, which is a long process, it can last up to 3 years, depending on the results and depending on the artificial intelligence and manual intelligence that is used. And this is related, of course, to costs. It means that we need to find a partner somewhere in Italy, for example, ask an operator like Vodafone, GSM operator, if they agree to make some contracts with us. So it's additional costs. This is the first issue. The second issue, which is related to a different cost, is that we cannot write made in Moldova. I mean, of course, everything we make in our sector is made in Moldova, but we have to also include the CE specification, the MID specification, and all of those that are developing softs, but also have the capacity to develop hardware engineering and soft engineering and hard engineering. And only after that, we can say that we mentioned all of those involved in the production of the gas meter or water meter, because one certificate for Europe for a monophased electricity meter costs approximately 110,000 euro. And for the European Union integration, our colleagues already started the discussions about this. Yes, I wanted to talk about benefits also that we have in that sense. So, but I'll do this for another examples. All the testing should be wireless and bus or LoRaWAN, and we tried this 2 years ago, but only in the German laboratories, and it costed around 4,000 euro for 2 working days. Now we do this testing in radio laboratory in Chisinau, which is more advanced than the one in Germany, and it's much easier to work with it, and it's much cheaper, of course, and this is the big benefit. I mean, the Republic of Moldova did this laboratory, and it's a huge benefit.
and it was with the support of European Union within the project ACA. Yes, and by the way, you can make a lot of certifications for the accreditation locally. Yes, this is a very important thing for the whole sector, because without that safety, without MID, without those certifications, we cannot export our products. Okay, thank you. We spoke about 5G, but we didn't talk about 4D+. I mean, I don't know if there are any operators in the room or the Agency of Intercommunication Regulation, and because they would be more aware of what is happening in the field. Okay, the next speaker, please. So, speaking about the challenges and some examples in the automatization process, yes, but please, just 2 minutes. Yes, I'll try to be as short as possible. I like to look at things at the end, when we already have the final result. So, what I observe, coming back to the first subject in discussion, is that a company, if being asked, if you obtain a return of investment in a very short time, would you do that? And if the answer is yes, then definitely yes. And then there is the question why the companies do not want to adopt as fast as possible the technologies that would allow them to obtain the positive return of investment as soon as possible. And there are a few explanations. First, it's education. So I'm not speaking about being educated. I'm speaking about the mentality and the understanding of what is the result of that process and how that can produce a good result from the investments that I'm doing. So, just simply speaking, benefits. And the education, the change of mentality should be for the supplier that is selling. And a very important thing here that somebody told me about the Romanian market in that sense is that Romanian companies, they don't know how to buy. And I suspect that this is valid also for Moldova. Unfortunately, the suppliers don't know how to sell. And I'm not just speaking about the simple sale, but to explain the benefits of that purchase, of that sale. The second thing is that after the company bought a system, they need to implement it, of course, and then have to operationalize it. And Adrian gave a very interesting example in that sense. A company that bought and implemented the system never used it afterward. I mean, it's just not logical to do it. After you test it, you have to make sure that you have a proper maintenance. And then the question is, who is doing that? How to properly do that? And then in this scheme, we forgot to speak about how do you finance this? How do you purchase this? How do you make the choice? And this is a question at the level of the organization, but also at the level of the whole industry. I think these are the biggest challenges, and I think things should be looked at as a general picture, and then take every piece of puzzle and see what's wrong there and how we can improve things. Actually, that was our objective, because we wanted to show that we have solutions in Moldova, but also we have regional solutions that already are present in Moldova, and many companies just don't know about their existence in Moldova. That is why I'm really happy that we already have local promotion programs through the agency that are offering support to small and medium enterprises and sharing this information about the availability of these tools on our local market. Thank you so much. If you can give us any example from your experience, practical example, that would give us a better insight about the savings, something that worked for a period of time already. Okay, yes, I can do that. One of the best examples in my experience is our collaboration with Termoelectrica, local state company. We are collaborating with them more than 20 years so far, and we already have a good result because of the specific of the system work. Like, let's speak concretely about heating system. So the technical part is that the buildings are heated from top down, and if there is a leakage somewhere, that is very easy to detect if you use this kind of detection technology. And that would be probably a good example. And when we started to work with Termoelectrica, this was their main task, to identify those leakages. And then after a few years, slowly we started to equip bigger objects and then smaller objects, and the result was that when there was a leakage detected, the liquidation was done very fast by reducing the source of reducing the income source by 8 times, like 8 times. And when we discussed with the leadership of Termoelectrica, they actually said that that was the most useful approach, and they saved also a lot of money because of this approach. So more than $350 per hour was the saving after the implementation of this. And only the specialists know about this. Yes, actually it's true. Obviously the system was developing for a long period of time. The effect is decreasing later on because, as I said, we tested this first on big objects. Nevertheless, it is proven to be an efficient way, and we are using it also in smaller objects. Oh, it's very impressive. I don't know if there are people from Termoelectrica in the room, but the way you improve systems and the way they show results, it's very impressive. And it's also comparable to other big cities in other European countries, so it is comparable. I would like to switch to the next phase because we are so late with our agenda. If you have any questions from the public, if you have people from the room questions for the speakers. If you need time to think, I'm going to be the first to address a message to our speakers. And please use this opportunity to ask questions, or in the break you can approach them and ask them personally. So, I would like each speaker in 30 seconds to make a key takeaway message. Andrei, let's start from you. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so I have many ideas. But we need to keep it short. And if we start with Mr. Vladimir, he said already that he's speaking for longer. Okay, there are a lot of ideas that I want to share and underline, but I'll stop at one. Listening to you and my colleagues, I understand that it's very difficult for us to launch new products. Because it takes time, it needs testing. For some products it needs a few years of testing. That's why we cannot launch new products every year. But my message is that we are constantly looking for partners to test things, and not only to test things, but also to make collaboration. For example, I know that you have very good soft developers, and that's what we are looking for. We have huge clients, and we integrate in our product solutions from other partners. That is why we really are open for these kind of collaborations. We want to integrate your products in our bigger projects. Also, speaking about software, there are clients that need very customizable softwares, and within our projects we always look for subcontractors to also cover all the needs of our big clients. So again, my encouragement for you is to see us as a partner in the whole area, and you can use our products and we can benefit of partnerships with you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We also have the academia that is ready to involve in such products. We would really want to integrate them in this support network. So I'm speaking about the technical university mainly. Yes, absolutely. We also have a sponsorship for laboratories in the universities. Oh, great. Georgi, just 30 seconds, please. Key takeaway. Okay, I am very glad that we already have 2 partners from Romania after today's discussions. I think in 4 years of activity, we became enough equipped in order to develop a lot of solutions locally. And I think everything that happens also in the sense of the state support and involvement of Romanian partners is actually bringing us closer and closer to Europe. But let's just first go through our elections at the end of September. It's crucial. So yes, we have a lot of expertise and we have a lot of opportunities. So I hope we can use them. Aleku, I'm gonna speak a little bit about, based on a slogan that I used when I was a student. If something was done by a human being, it means I can do it also. But actually, today I want to tell you that we are those that come with the initiative and produce innovation, and other students are coming and following our path. We need to inspire also the young generation, and I want to thank the international partners, and I want to encourage the international partners not to see our country just as a cheap labor force, but also as bright minds. Yes, and economical operators that need solutions to come to you. Yes, there is also the mentality of industrial Moldovans. They prefer to pay somewhere in Germany bigger money to make sure that this is really good quality, but they have no idea that we exist here, and it's about the trust to go for local specialists, because you know external partners trust us, so it's kind of weird. Yes, and we have experience with some partners that were amazed to see our capacities. Yes, absolutely. I just want to say another joke here that is really relevant. When we installed the first water meter in Cahul region, a guy came and said, "Wow, such a beautiful device. Where is this produced?" And we said, "In Moldova." "Oh no, if it's produced in Moldova, I'm sure it's not a good one." So, you know, it's a joke, but actually it's taken from the reality. So that speaks a lot about our local mentality. We have technologies, we have products, we have people. I mean, we have resources, and let's just trust these resources. So sometimes people are just waiting for something from somewhere, but raising awareness locally about what is available locally, it's very important. And I think some technical committee needs to appear in order to standardize these meters, smart meters that we are producing here and already successfully using here, and not only here but also in European countries. And by the way, such technical councils, they exist in many other countries, so we can just take their example. So I think we need to work on that in order to talk about the standards existing already in Moldova. By the way, European Union already have solutions for the next 4 years, and we want to participate in those discussions because we already have also an experience in the field. And by the way, the laboratories for which we are paying, they are already subjected to European grants, and everybody has an interest to support that because it's going to benefit everyone. So it's about certification. Yes, I'm sure you will have the possibility to become an accredited laboratory. No, I think the state must take this responsibility. Yes, but the association can do that also, and not wait for the state to take this initiative. Yeah, we are absolutely open for this. Okay, thank you. Sorry, we are absolutely out of the agenda. Next speaker, please. Okay, so thinking of a slogan, something is impossible to be done before someone comes, someone that didn't know that that is impossible to be done, and the person just does it. So with this slogan, I want to say that people need more courage to make something. And I see in this room a lot of enthusiastic people that believe in their capacities, and they do have creative, good ideas. And I think that's the right approach. And we have to trust our capacities. There is already an evolution in the country, and I'm glad to see it from outside. Okay, thank you. 30 seconds for the last speaker. Just a keynote for the audience. Please, very shortly, just like a conclusion. What can I say? I think that it would be great to have to use this opportunity now of the financing possibilities from abroad. But I think that we need to focus more on planning ahead in order to have a good result at the end. So planning is still a thing we need to, work on. That would probably be my message. Thank you so much. Thank you. One of the ideas, as a follow-up to what Mr. Neznanov just said, even the projects that are implemented with the external support, the sustainability here is also crucial, because otherwise we risk, after the support ends, to collapse, and then there is no sustainability. So our purpose is to have a good planning process. I fully agree with Mr. Neznanov. And the solutions that were implemented initially with bigger outside funds, they need to be sustainable. Okay, I want to thank all the speakers for this panel. We discussed about EOT trends and Industry 4.0, reducing costs and errors throughout process automatizations, practical examples. We hope that this discussion leads to new partnerships internally, externally, among those present here, but also among those that are economical operators, public institutions that need solutions locally, and those that are following us online. Thank you so much. And now I think it's the right time to offer back the microphone to Elena.
Stimată audiență, dragi colegi, prieteni ai industriei electronice, bine ați revenit la cea de-a doua parte a evenimentului Embedded Moldova Conference. Mă bucur că această zi
Începem a doua parte. We're starting the second part of the event, and our next panel is Smart Home IOM Solution Automation in the Smart Era Home Era, and it brings the more updated and upgraded technologies in homes, integrate systems on how we interact with the environment around us, from energy efficiency, security, connectivity. Everything opens new opportunities for industries and homes. I have the honor to invite Alexandru Magnet. He's going to be the moderator, and he's the managing director of WITNEC. Thank you, Elena. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the honor to be the moderator for this panel. And our main topic is smart home, and this is a topic that is close to me. And it's not because I work in this field, but because lately I started my renovation. I started to build my home, and when I started to do the design, I said, my wife said, let's make it a smart home. After 3 months of intense construction, I understood that I don't know much in smart home, but I know a lot about expensive homes. So good luck to all of you that wants to introduce smart home in your houses. Our guests will help us understand better what is smart home, what are perspectives, what are mondial tendencies, global tendencies, and what can we learn from these things. So I would like to invite Alexandra Mayor. Alexandra Mayor, welcome. Please, let's welcome Alexandra. Alexandra represents, she's the CEO from Romania, Steniels Distribution from Romania, amazing company, and they produce intelligent sensors. And I have a huge respect because I know very well your production in Moldova, and it's a huge example for me, and I tell everyone that they should take example from you, so congratulations. Steinel Moldova, congratulations. Alexandra Mayor is a great example in perseverance and professionalism, because in 2010 she started her professional work in Steinel work. She started as a back office employee, and 2025 she's now the CEO. So congratulations, Alexandra, and I wish all of you to have the same great career. Thank you. The second guest is Mr. Eduard Mușuc, CEO, iDomus, a great representative in Moldova, good representative of smart home. Mr. Eduard, I want to share, when we were talking about smart home, my wife said right away, iDomus. She knows you, you're known on the market, you have interesting solutions for houses, but also for offices and for industries, even for towns. I hope you will share more, and we will learn more about the work at iDomus. And the last but not least, Mr. Marian Berdan. He's the founder and general director of Electra Group. I want to say that when I was not even thinking of being born, he founded Electra in 1991, and 3 years later, the first equipment produced by them was produced in Romania, and 25 years later, this group is consistent, solid, and doesn't create just interphones, but also cables, Sorry. Cables for amateurs, but interconnectivity elements are for advanced one. I said this because I do cables, so I can say that I'm mature. You do it for 30 years, so it's congratulations. Please share. How did you manage to have the same passion for over 30 years? Thank you very much. We look forward to hearing from you. So we'll start with you. I look forward to learn more from you. Also, we were supposed to have Vadim Danu from LED Market, but unfortunately he couldn't join us. But maybe Mr. Mushuk can cover some of the projects that they do together. Also, he's present in Moldova and not only on light industry. So let's start the questions, because I personally look forward to learn more from you, specifically about smart home. So Mr. Berdan, Mr. Maran, please. I am an amateur on smart home solutions and intelligent home. Could you share, what does it mean? Intelligent or smart home concept. Can you share this a little bit? Both concepts are okay to use today, because today we have a lot of technical possibilities, especially since we have the smartphones, where we can communicate on a distance remotely, and we can share voice, image, technical information. There's a lot of programs, Facebook, TikTok, and so many more. The smart home, in our concept, but not only our concept, everyone knows, it's a house that has a lot of devices that are automized. Starting with the fridge to tell you when the tomatoes are out, and can tell you to buy, or can buy it from the supplier. I don't know, if you have a new house, you're saying you're building, you can put sensors, because if you do a step, the light will turn on immediately, and in the back the light will be turned off. All of this is so easy to do now. Sensors for presence, anti-fraud, or like, this is a smart house. Even if you can control them in the distance, you can control them easily through a phone. The smart home, these words the first time were pronounced in 1920, and was said by Corbusier, a French architect, and he was thinking at that time, and he says, like, how could I build a home that would adapt to the living conditions and needs of the person, of the owner? But that was the idea. They started to research. There was a lot of steps to be taken in. They didn't have those technical conditions. So, but 1920, yes, it's many years ago. But if you've been in the area, in the old town, the first interphone where Mozart was born, you can see there the first system of access control, and has some wires that go to each house, and they have like a bell there. So you would move that wire, the owner can see who is there, and opens the door or not. So that was many years ago. So if we started with history, 1898 or 99, I don't remember correctly, Ziedle from Germany did the first interphone with lamps. And Ziedle in 1938, when the Second World War started, projected, designed, and produced the first audio interphone like we have it now, kind of similar. There is a tradition, there is a history for us, for Electra, because we had to catch up, because they were so much more advanced than we are. Intelligence, yeah, we catch up very quickly, no problem. If talking about smart home, again, smart home should adapt, especially now, because we can do it easily. A smart home learns on its own how people are living there, or how would they want to live, what are their habits. I was surprised. Tell me when to stop, because I can go on. But I was surprised studying and researching these days some statistical data, and you cannot do a standard solution because people are so different. Yeah, the people are so different. The habits are different. Some have kids, others don't. Others have 5 kids. Others have an elderly that they care for. So it's hard to have a standard solution. So to have the solution of the smart home to learn on its own, to have this machine learning, this is very useful. And Electra recently won, or we participated in a competition, and we won 2 European projects. We participated in public procurement ad, and their value is 10 million euros, and 6 millions are grant. It's a huge impulse and motivation for private companies, but not only private ones, to develop in Romania. So the stage 20 till 2027, I have 3 more years. But after that, we won't have that much access to these funds, because it was 21 years of investment from EU in Romania. Just to tell you that Moldova, you are on pre-accession. If God allows it, and you will pass this path, and you join EU, you will have money, a lot of them, mountains of money for Moldova. Mr. Berdan, don't share it, because everyone will want money. We want the money for us. Don't share it, don't say it out loud. But this is smart house for us. And one of the topic is smart home. It's a huge challenge, and we need soft companies from Moldova. And why I'm saying this? Because in Iași, I can't really find companies that could produce embedded software. You still have a chance to develop in Moldova, or to open more embedded software companies, because it will be a huge need for it. We have in Romania a lot of ITs. Continental has 1,200, but we have many more. But they're detoured to multinational company needs. So you could join easily, you can develop easily in this field. Embedded software is lacking in Romania. So the next panel will discuss a lot about this topic. So in the future, I believe that we will be guests of our houses, because the smart home will be the host for the person, the owner. So to continue on the path, on the history and how to orient to the future, I would like to ask Alexandra and Eduard to share and maybe to compare between the right and left bank of Prut. What tendencies do you see of Steiner and Idomus? What are the tendencies internationally about smart home? And what challenges, and I want to ask Eduard, what challenges he has here in Moldova? But we believe that in Romania there is no problems, yes? Alexandra, please. Oh, I wish there were no problems in Romania. For us, the smart home, for some people still in Romania, means to control from phone a few functions in the house. And Steiner always say that intelligence building does more, communicates with us. Before it learns on its own what to do, communicates with us. And this means to send us information about temperature, humidity, CO2, so that we can create a good environment at our workspace as well. What we observed now, and based on the last modifications on the electricity market in Romania, the biggest challenge is still, or the biggest tendency is energy efficiency. Here, all the information is stopping on energy efficiency. Most of the population believe this energy efficiency is smart home, but it means more. To control everything in the house without even pushing a button. So, it might be good, might not be that good. But we kind of go towards this. We observe tendencies that people want simple systems, intuitive ones, not complex ones, and not expensive. The biggest challenge for smart home market are still costs, the initial costs, the maintenance costs, and I think this is the biggest challenge. Thank you, Alexandra. But if to do a projection for smart home in 10 years, can we have a return on investment, economically speaking? Yes, through the solutions that we have in Steinel, and here I'm talking about lights, sensors that detect temperature, humidity, CO2, sound, and smoke. By implementing our solutions, the return of investment will be in up to 2 years. And 80% energy savings, and the most important for public spaces or for the commercial spaces, CO2 reduction, CO2 footprint reduction very high as well. So it's a good solution. Eduard, can you add your opinion? What are the tendencies and the challenges we have in Moldova? I think that the tendencies at the moment, and I'm talking about global markets, there are a lot of plug-and-play solutions from Xiaomi, Samsung, and here there is no need to compete with them. We need to look for our niche, for a segment on the market. We started our activity in smart home 10 years ago when there were still not that many mobile solutions, or if they existed, they were very expensive. And the last years, we don't install anything in smart home because we migrated from smart home to smart city technologies. First of all, smart metering. And from smart home we moved to BMS, so it moved to industrial solutions, offices, production spaces, automizing malls, commercial centers. This fall we will launch our production line. This doesn't mean that we're going out from smart home, but on this segment we won't install directly. We will go through dealers, distributors, because we are ready to give solutions A to Z, from production to installing modules. But if coming back to tendencies on the market, these solutions are more accessible price-wise, installing. Most the solutions are plug and play, wireless, and which is very good. A lot of companies integrate also AI agents in smart buildings and smart home. Step by step, these systems will be integrated in smart city solutions as well. Maybe a higher level, maybe at the big data level, but we're talking about an ecosystem that maybe in the next 10 years will be very well integrated, embedded together. Everything will communicate among them, and the personal data will not be open. They will communicate through different points, API. And that means that we're moving to a more technical future. But from other side, it will be a better future, a more efficient source, more efficient future, functionality-wise. I like how the market is moving forward. But I also wanted to share a few more words. The first time I saw the Electra interphones like 20 years ago, being with my daughter at a tennis competition, Galați Obrail, I don't remember. and I was looking. Ooh, looks really nice. It's good that in Romania they're modern technologies, they're brought from Europe, but they were actually produced and developed in Romania. So congratulations, amazing products. At that time when I saw it, I would say wasn't modern, it was revolutionary when it was launched on the market. So I'm so glad to meet you. You did a great product, and I know I talked to your colleagues that you're moving. You're already not only moving. You're already present as in productions and microelectronics. Maybe we can collaborate on some elements. So thank you. Thank you very much. I am so glad that in our panel of discussions we can have collaborations. You asked me about our timeline, right? When we started, when we projected our first interphone. Yes, of course, it was the first one. We did it personally, painted it. I graduated in '74, and I was working in a research institute. That's where I learned, I grew. That's after that I start my company, and the research that I did there, it supported the company, it allowed the company to live every year and to grow every year. But it's a hard work and sacrifices, because when you start a company at the beginning you think, oh my gosh, I'll make so much money, I'll take the most modern car we'll buy, or I didn't go on this path because research means a lot of expenses. We have 12 people nowadays in our department of research, and they do just that. From '96, when we started with my colleague, and he's the director of MSc on research, and we grew, we developed. In 2001, the institute where I worked as a research closed. They didn't have what to research. So from there, a couple of my former colleagues joined our team. So it's a huge expense. By Romanian law, Electra is an innovative company. To be innovative by law, you need to spend 10% from your revenue on research. So you have to have a department for this, which means that me, as a director, I cannot put this money in my pocket. And I didn't put anything. I didn't take any profit. I reinvested all the time. So this team of researchers had to be paid daily, monthly, and to pay them, they had to, of course, they were doing this, they were researching, they were doing the work. So that's a problem for research. We need to have the support from government, but we didn't have. In 2014, we had the first European project and money for research. The European money for research and innovation, we have to understand that from the money that you receive, you pay from there, from those grants. So this helped me because 70% I was paying from those grants, and the rest was from my company's budget. And then you have about up to 50% of money from this project into investments, because you research, but you need equipment to produce something, because you have a condition. You receive the money for the project and you have to produce something. You have to have something. You cannot just do research and close it, but you have to prove that you will continue the production. So that was my process. I'm not like it's a secret, but it's hard work, a lot of hard work. So if you don't have in your company a research department, then it will be harder. But you also you need passion and dedication. Thank you, Mr. Berdan. You shared so many sacrifices companies I want to ask, globally speaking, smart home concept has potential? What would be the level of implementation? It's a huge level. It's a huge level, but you should have inspiration to produce what is asked or would be asked on the market. I I was as a student that got prepared, and 10 years ago, I did some statistical data. 58% of respondents about smart home said they're interested in security, personal security of the good and the good security of the goods. So, like, less people were interested in energy efficiency and savings, and only 20% comfort. And recently, I looked how things changed. Comfort is almost on the first place. So I understand this because the work that is done now, it's very solicited, stressed one, and the person needs, instead of washing dishes or, they would rather go to the gym or just relax. So everything changed. So I believe that the smart home concept will not have a full success as a smart home. And there should be a clear understanding between the smart home and intelligent home, because in the States, almost every house has like an Alexa device. Yeah, it spies and knows everything that you do. It's a different discussions, and we should keep in mind what is she doing. But those that but we also should understand that people that love the idea of smart home is young people from 18 to like 45, and then this need decreases or desire decreases of automized homes. So there is a potential. There is a huge potential. Mr. Marian, about Alexa and intelligent boxes after vaccines with chip, I think it's okay. Don't worry. It could be Alexa that is listening. But you said that the comfort lately is more important when they choose smart home. So Alexandra, Steiner Solutions, how are they helping the consumer make their life more economic, more comfortable and easier? Well, through Steiner Solutions, as I said before, if we install it in the home, in a private home, let's call it, first of all, it will be energy savings, and the light will be on only when it's needed and where it's needed. About security, we have a few products for outdoors to keep the house safe and to. But comfort, registering the data regarding temperature, and then turning on the AC when it's needed to cool down or to warm the room, TV, doors, everything that could be used in a house could be controlled by a system or through a system, and using Steiner's equipment. Yes, you can find everything at our company, and solutions for the garden as well. So usually, so you can go to the road too, right? Yes, we unofficially have solutions for the road. We can control street light, and the sensors are the lamps are at some level turned on. When the pedestrian pass by, they turn on higher, more brighter. Another question to all: how important is that smart home is part of the ecosystem and not alone, like in the middle of the island, but to be part of a neighborhood, a village, a city. Yeah, this concept comes more and more as intelligent cities. In Romania, we have a few successful projects on street light, but also on the bus stops, which are equipped with the sensors from our company, and they're controlling the light and the climate. It's important not only for the house to be smart. I think it's like a small drop in the ocean, but maybe even the neighborhood could be smart. But we say that we have to move to building intelligence and to every other little detail. Thank you. Eduard. Mr. Berdan shared the importance to the fear of the people to be listened and spied by equipment. Your opinion, cybersecurity. It's like, what are the risks of being spied by all the equipment that we're installing? What is the direction? What are the tendencies of talking about cybersecurity? I believe that we don't need to go to smart homes to think that someone is spying us. On our phones, everyone is listening to us. Like, there's always someone. So everything is digitalized. Everything, a smart home, the smartphone, and cybersecurity. It's very important today. We're not talking, I don't want to even talk about tomorrow, but in 5 to 7 years, our homes will be IOM. They will be pre-equipped smart. They will be pre-built smart. Or like even the unfurnished equipment, unfurnished home in the future will be smart ready, will be equipped with building management system. That's why it's important to plan how to ensure the safety, not only our personal data, but also private life, especially if we add an AI agent that will manage our house or the neighborhood. We have to think how we will ensure the safety and security, especially when it will be integrated with financial systems or automated control of goods, I don't know, or connection with supermarkets or connections with your bank card to the intelligent services in your home. Our life will be more simplified, a lot, will be way simpler because we will depend a lot on the digital tools. And I don't have an answer of how to make it more cyber security. And the hackers will have way more opportunities. They will want to complicate our life, to threaten us, to steal our money, right? So from one side, digital solutions totally are good, are positive, but the risks are coming up and the risks are huge, the risks are enormous. So the only solution I see is to industrial standards that will be imposed by governments, including for international companies like Microsoft or that are offering global solutions. They don't ensure personal security and safety. So it's a huge field to work on and to ensure the cybersecurity.
Thank you, Mr. Marian. You wanted to add something? Yeah, I absolutely agree with Mr. Mushuk because I am very concerned about security in this context. Mainly, if we need to draft this kind of systems, we need to be aware of those things. And I think my personal conclusion would be, but based on what I've studied, like, for example, we have a branch in Vienna. Because if you want to sell products that are made in Romania, it's very difficult to do it. But if our products are delivered from Austria, meaning this disclaimer added, like Romanian company Electra made for Vienna, that's a different story. So I'm speaking here about companies which are actually 100% Romanian. Romania is exporting a lot, but products in general, they are not labeled as made in Romania. They are, like, for example, Mercedes made in Germany, and the spare parts in Romania, but that's a different story. And my colleague said about the threats. And in Germany, there are already alerts. On the pandemic, we had alerts because I was using a lot internet sales, and I was receiving a warning that I should not buy anymore from web pages from China because they are not safe, and my card account is not safe in that sense. And I mean, also people from military units were receiving different messages, also not to access Chinese services. So this was just an example. But also, speaking about the years 2018, remember the fairs, Light and Building, Kaufland, German companies actually they were selling interphones and the internet communications, and they wrote that the server, with big letters, the server is physically in Germany. And from 2018, China invested immensely in video interphones with internet connection. And they have prices, very low prices. I see this in Romania. And to be honest, I am looking forward for Europe to impose bigger taxes on Chinese products on Trump's recommendation. I'll be honest with you. Because otherwise we are just, exposed to these kind of risks. What I also wanted to say about this cyber protection, the Chinese interphones developed a lot, mainly in the pandemic period. It was like a boom within the pandemic. IP interphones, Aquavision, all kinds of added value. And all these servers are in China. Their solutions are fully IP. They can make a lot of things with this. And taking into account that China has more than 6,000 spies in the field, they can make photos, they can listen, they can intercept. I mean, why do you think they are so good at this? They can capture images, voice, and everything goes through China's servers. And it's not about a person in a special uniform checking all of that. It's about AI algorithms. In my house, you know what kind of interphone I have? Analogic Comax. Yeah, that is why. Yes, bravo. Yes, I admire you. That's a good decision. And analogic DC. And I'm gonna connect it to my intelligent house through PGM. Because I don't want anyone to break in. Just a question. Electra services, where are? In Romania? Okay, good. And it's a European project, and then they move it to Austria. Because they respect the legislation of European Union. You know, after everything you say, and I would say one last question is required. Can you call your flats or houses smart? Let's start by Alexander. No. Actually, it's easier for me to say. My house is now being built. It's going to be fully automatized, and of course, my system is going to be there. And it's going to be ENG building type. I'm trying to make it with the latest equipped with the latest technologies. Control access, no IP at all, because if you install I don't have anything against Dahua or the IP Vision, but the system cloud-based is a system that doesn't give you full access to your house. You have a mobile app and you can control it. It's an illusion that you are the only one controlling it. It can be broken because it's an IT cloud thing. So there is no 100% safety there. It's impossible to be. Okay, thank you. I'm going to keep this in mind. This is in the context of cybersecurity. I have installed only the wires through the wall in 2005. I don't have anything else, and an interphone bought from Electra. Okay, great. Dear participants, it was a big pleasure for me to discuss with you today. I'm sure those in the room and those online also were very interested to listen to you and make some conclusions and also be able to distribute further this information. Questions? Oh, yes, if you have questions, absolutely. Now is the right time. Who wants to ask a question? I would like to ask a question. So, as any user, my question would be for Mr. Mushuk. What are the biggest difficulties in the implementation of smart solutions in Moldova? Very good question. So, labor force is the biggest problem. It's very complicated to create a team of engineers that would be really professional. And it's not only about people leaving the country. It's also the problem that people come with a diploma, but they have no knowledge. No knowledge which is appropriate for what I need. And then what happens is that we train them during a year, they become professional, and then they decide to go abroad to receive higher salaries. But what changed in the last years in the Republic of Moldova changed because of the IT park. So the ecosystem that was created in the last 5-7 years in Moldova, thanks to this project, influenced a lot the environment. Now it's much easier for us to keep our good workers in our teams. So the big flow decreased, flow of the staff. But also I would see another problem here. Moldovan bureaucracy is a barrier. And now with these notifications with double usage, I think that is actually partially interfering with my activity, because on every purchase we need to make a notification written and to annex 1,000 papers for any new product like robot, elevator, chip or anything. I mean, it's solvable, but the leadership of the country sometimes tries to be so correct, then they become even more correct than in the European Union. And that's bothering me. Yes, it's too bureaucratic. Requirements, everywhere requirements. And yeah, it's difficult to act in these circumstances. Yes, Eduard is saying that 5 years ago things changed, and probably it also coincides with the fact that the Association of Electronic Companies also was created 5 years ago. Yes, definitely. I would like to add to what Mr. Mushuk. Yes, in electronics, every component can be with a double use. And look at the drones now. I mean, now everyone has access to that equipment, and it can have double usage. But I think the moment we enter the European Union, things will change. For example, in Romania, we don't have this. I don't understand Moldovan logic. What can you produce in Moldova and sell in Russia? We don't have impediment with Russia. And Russia, they import a lot from China, and Moldova doesn't have anything to do with that. What we can do, we can help Ukraine, for example. I think this is not forbidden. But to control every procurement, I think the government overstepped here. And I'm speaking even about condensators, about overcapacitating, and it's not only one specific product, it's for every single invoice. For every single invoice, I need to make a notification. For example, we bought 10,000 batteries for water and gas smart meters. So, in order to buy just 10,000 simple batteries, we made a request and we had to prepare a list of documents, and we received answer from the authorities that you don't need that kind of documents because these batteries are not described in the law as Mr. Mushuk, I'm going to stop you here. The biggest change is going to happen when we access European Union. Another question from the room, please. I have a question related also to the security of the data. The idea to interconnect more devices is quite popular. If you want a robot who would open the gate for you, who would also clean your house, you have to interconnect them. You can try to isolate yourself, but it's not going to function. I mean, it's about the system and how it works. And my question, if I take a product from iDomos and Interphone from Electra and another product from another company, can I interconnect them? You know, the Steiner protocols are open and they can be used with almost all the standards from other suppliers of this kind of intelligent devices. So I think the answer is yes, but that is a very good question, because in order to have interconnection, we need to have common standards. It would be great to be everything to be standardized, but we observe a trend on Romanian market, at least for those with whom we work. The trend is that they start to do their own systems and to be interconnected with their own products. So, of course, there are advantages and disadvantages, but in general, for Steiner, they work on Chimix, UpNet, and other. So, we as protocol, we don't go through Wi-Fi, we are using Bluetooth mesh. In our case, it was a better decision. I don't see a problem in integrating those systems. We are not speaking about low level. Today, all these devices are IP, so we can connect them through API. So right now, the integration of different systems is much easier to be realized as compared to what happened 10 years ago. So if to talk about industrial systems that need to be integrated, that's another story. But at the level of a smartphone, no, it's not complicated. Most probably, a simple user would prefer an integrated system like Xiaomi, Samsung, in order to avoid interconnection problems. But I'm 100% sure that to integrate Steiner with Electra and iDomos is solvable. And this is also one or more reason why at the world level, and I'm speaking using statistical data about these smart products, they do not advance as fast as producers would like it to be. The communication system, the design is very important also, communication protocols, and all of this is creating impediments. That's why Luxoni appeared, although it's quite expensive, but they want to have all the products together for one intelligent house. So, but in order to access their platform, you need to pay additionally. It's quite complex there. But as I said, I'm optimistic, and I think at the level of smart home, the market is growing. And it doesn't matter if you cannot right now interconnect everything. And cyber protection is also keeping the path. We need a full ecosystem. Yes, it's a little bit more expensive. Sometimes it's more expensive than take from different producers, devices and controllers. But we don't speak about simple users. We speak about advanced users that are interested to have this integration. So what is good today actually is that the BMS and smartphone offer is huge today. For a private house and an industrial solution. So, if you want all the things to be integrated, I mean, no technical barrier is there that could not be solved with more money. Yeah, in 2 years, let's see how an intelligent house will look like. Yeah, we have a few questions from the room, please. Yes, thank you. It's a very interesting subject. I have a question for Mr. Berdan. So, taking into account the abundance of Chinese products on our market, and I'm sure you also have this in Romania, how do you solve these problems? How do you approach these challenges, mainly taking into account the price of those products? So how can you deal with cybersecurity and data protection, and how do you face the competition? It's a complex question, you know. So, first of all, we talk openly about these things. What I told you today within the panel about interphones, about the fact that they are listening to us. I mean, many people bring this argument that I don't care if somebody is listening to me, I don't have big secrets. But Chinese people, they are interested to access markets. And then when they come onto the market, they will have a lot of information about us. They will know where the certain person lives, his flat, his wife name, and so on and so forth. And they can, access personal computers. And I mean, it's an easy target. Chinese people, they are not loving us, you know, they have their interest. I mean, look at the year 2008, when Canadian people bought a lot of computers from Huawei, from China. They implemented within the layers of the primary circuit those chips, and they were transferring data directly. I mean, that's why Trump was so angry. He knew that. And I mean, people were arrested, but nevertheless, the information was leaking like in huge quantities. So it's spying. At some point, you can find a person that can be compromised in terms of state security, and the Chinese army will have, direct access, because here we speak also about the industry of weapons from Europe. Last year, 360 million euro were spent to buy spare parts from China to be used in weapons across Europe. I mean, it was at the level of radio waves and satellite connection, and I'm not going to explain technically how that works, but the idea is that it just gives you direct access. You remember the case with the pagers? Yes, I think we all heard about that. Even TikTok, we see something on TikTok, and in China they see a totally different thing in China. And I mean, Russians, they are going hand in hand with Chinese. And again, I'm not going to go into details. Yes, thank you very much. Another question. I would like to ask a more earthy question, if I may so. Okay, so Mr. Berdan started his house 25 years ago, and let's imagine today if we start such a house, and imagine that in 20 years something is broken and I need to change it, but those spare parts don't exist anymore on the market. Is that possible? I personally created a lot of systems, and everything breaks, you're right, even Siemens. Unfortunately, the technological evolution is huge, and there is no guarantee. The components that we used 15 years ago, they do not exist anymore on the market. That is true. Also, they were much more expensive before. Now everything got smaller, but also more expensive. But what is important is to keep the protocol. The design is changing, but I mean, the drones will be drones also in 20 years. 20 years ago, we were not so aware about continuity of the product, and also the fact that the client had to stick to Electra. And some clients, if they are angry on you because of some expectations not met, it's difficult to keep the person as your client. Anyways, things are changing constantly. The only constant is the change, and it's difficult to say. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm being told that we are talking for too long. We need to finish this panel. Thank you very much. I am so glad for this discussion, because we found out so many interesting new things. So we wish you luck in all your plans. And maybe let's meet next year also here with a lot of innovations. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Alexandru, for the moderation of this panel. I personally, for me, made a conclusion that we need to buy locally products that are made in Moldova or made in Romania, the closest. And we now continue with the last panel of the event, and we will speak about shaping the next generation, bridging the gap between academia and industry, how academia can develop contribute to the development of the industry, partnership between private and academia. And I want to invite on the stage our speakers that will talk about the importance of preparing the next generations for the needs of the market. I invite the following speakers. I would start by Gheorghe Ghezhov, the founder and CEO of BSW Tech, also the founder of the school Embedded School. Then I will invite Mr. Roman Nicu, CTO of Mechatronics Innovation Center, company specialized for development of medical equipment. The next speaker is going to be Igor Mesnyakov, the chief of the R&D department, Simple's Garage. And as I was saying, we will have a discussion between the academia and the private sector. So I want to invite the head of informatics and system engineering department, teacher, Professor Viorica Sudacesca, and Mr. Fyodorov, head of the Department of Software Engineering and Automatization from the Technical University of Moldova. Thank you very much for your openness, for the fact that you came and have this conversation with us. This subject is one of the most important, we believe, because the labor market, the labor force is very important for the increase of the capacity of the industry. I'm gonna make some opening remarks. I want to mention that Mechatronics Innovation Center had a collaboration with the Technical University of Moldova, and Roman Nikov contributed to the training of a full generation of specialists in biomedical engineering. Roman, as you understood, probably I would like to start by you, and I would like to ask you, what were the biggest discrepancies between what you have identified as the university curricula and what the industry needs in practice for the specialists that want to integrate on our labor market in this field? Hello, everyone. It's a subject that can be discussed not in 3 minutes, but I want to mention the following. In the last 20 years, we observe a bigger and bigger discrepancy between what is required on the labor market and what is the educational system providing. I think now is the time to talk about this subject. It's a complicated subject because I know that in the educational system people are dedicated, but the problem, I think, is the system. You know, like a old house that has isolated roof and walls, and we are buying tons and tons of wood to heat it up. So I think we need to change the system starting from the first grade, not from the university. In school, people are not properly teaching financial education, cybersecurity, many other things, but we are learning fundamental science that is not anymore to be applied as it used to be. So I want to open this discussion with this exact subject. How can we bring more practical knowledge into our educational system? And I'm speaking about our future generation. Thank you very much, Roman. Okay, when we speak about partnership between private sector and academia, we are usually being criticized. And then people are saying also, thank you for very good students. In that sense, I want to ask Madam Sudachevsky how the technical university is responding to the needs or to the criticism of the private sector. Thank you very much, first of all, for this question. So what I can say is that, of course, the easiest thing people can do is criticize. And the most complicated thing is to take efforts and reach results. The educational system is trying. We are trying. We are mobilizing our resources, and we are trying to do this by, first of all, cooperating with those companies that have the need to receive specialists. We are trying to reach jointly competences that are needed on the market. Every time when we evaluate curriculums where those competences are stipulated, we are bringing on board into the discussion the representatives of the companies to give us advices, to give us some reflections on what is in the curricula. And this actually is not easy. And it's not easy because quite often companies have their very narrow purpose. And we all understand this. We know about the results, material, financial results that the company wants to reach. And the fact that those from the company always want to have good specialists, a specialist that is at least ready to learn fast what they need in the company. But we in the university need for this specialists from the company that would be on board with us in all our processes. So many times, personally, I discussed with so many representatives of the private sector. It was a simple request from our side. Please come and teach something in our university. We open our doors for this. We even change our curricula. We can introduce new lessons. But we need you as experts to come and teach our students what you think they need. Because you know the better what you need. And, we made this request. Yes, maybe we are fundamental. Yes, we have older knowledge, but we believe that a university cannot exist without fundamental knowledge. That's why we have the name of a university. But coming back to these requests that we were making, usually the answer was, I don't have time for this, and I don't have pedagogical skills. So in that sense, That's the problem. I am nevertheless quite optimistic, and I'm sure that after many discussions, the situation might change, and a part of the budget of the company could be, and I think must be, deployed for communication with university.
Here, I mean, not that they should be hired as professors, but full time. They could be invited professors or specialized courses that are extra plan or maybe a lesson and share about the needs of the company and what the students should pay attention to. And I want to assure you that our students are like a sponge, especially those that want, they absorb the information. I don't know if I answered your question, but I know the situation can change and we are flexible to do this. Thank you very much, Ms. Sudachevsky, for your answer. And talking about abilities, I would like to ask Mr. Igor, what abilities are needed on the labor market and how Simple's Garage in your R&D identifies the best people? I understood, thank you. I will move to English or Russian. So what is lacking with the students? I studied the document, the research that is published now. It's called Upgrade. As part of Erasmus program, they did a questionnaire of students. How do they live after universities? And 90% said they don't have practical skills for work. Unfortunately, Moldovan educational system, on my observation, inherited the focus on theory, and there is not enough practical cases at the university level. The students don't participate in work at startup and companies. They don't have enough practical skills. They have more theoretical skills. So that's the main problem, what I see. The lack of practical skills and experience, but this is solvable. You reduce the theoretical part for the students, maybe the first two years of university, and the third one, just send them to internships to different companies, and the more the better. Yes, it's good to have internships in the country, but would be good to send them to Europe, China, US, so the students, practically speaking, could learn from the companies and would come back to Moldova with new knowledge. For example, we took students on our internships. We have a talented person from UTM, the technical university. We sent him to China for internship. He learned there, and now his work will not be just theoretical, but will be connected with some practical knowledge that he learned. So this is the biggest challenge that I see with the students from Moldovan universities. But the research also mentions soft skills, lacking soft skills, mentors, but that's also solvable. Thank you very much, Igor, for a very detailed answer. I would like to mention one thing that for many it's not something new, but the Technical University in Moldova, it's the founder, one of the founder of the association ACEM, and underlines that the university became more engaged in identifying partnerships between private companies, like especially in the electronic area. And our sector always identifies ways how to improve the quality of education and the education of the future specialists. That's why my next question would be to one of those that contributed to the development of labs on embedded, and they're called Embedded C, and they were inaugurated on 3 educational universities, the Bells College, and a second one in the UTM, and Mr. Girjev, what motivated you to invest in these labs, and what is the foundation? What motivated you? What encouraged you? At the base is that I disagree that Moldova is an agricultural country. I disagree. It's clear we have huge potential in IT. And if we look at the revenues and the sales that ENG is doing in IT, I think we have bigger numbers. And this is, I don't know, maybe a way to say thank you to the country that gives me a lot of opportunities. So I'm trying to build future engineers here to grow our knowledge, because I'm sure that the times will change, the crisis will change, and we'll have new companies coming, and they will need staff. They will need people that are better prepared and qualified. So that's why I invest. Thank you very much. The private sector, it's interconnected. My opinion, it's very interconnected. There is a lot of work to be done in the academia field and to build more partnership between the private companies and the academia. But I would like to ask Mr. Fyodorov about the updating of national curricular. In HM, we saw that a lot of curriculums are being updated, how is adapted to the market needs and so on. So how did you find the common grounds with the private entities, with media, with the academia, and to make sure that everything that the market needs will be integrated in the curricular? Thank you very much for the question. From everything that we discuss here, I could conclude that all areas need collaboration. There is a huge need of collaboration between academia and private sector. We need interactions between these two environments, and one of them is development of curricular. The curricular, in the end, it's not something static, fixed. It has to be dynamic, and it should be developed based on the changes on the labor market. To know all of this, we, the university representatives, should interact directly with the private sector. And we do all of this through different surveys, and we always come with proposals, but also ask proposals from companies, because when we develop a curricular, an educational plan, we always create the surveys and we send them to our partners from the private sector. And we always look into the results of the surveys when we develop the educational plans. But another path, it's not only about the curricular, but in general about collaborations, is to create consultative committees. So to have those from academia and the private sector. We have a good experience in this area. We have a consultative committee on IT, where besides the chiefs of departments from our university, we also have representatives of private sectors, in specifically IT sector. So such a model would be welcomed in the electronics and automatization field. So my encouragement is, let's initiate such a committee for our area where we can discuss the curricular, educational plans, and maybe the length of internships could be discussed. What common approach we could have regarding the organization of internships, consultancy and discussions with students and so on. All these questions we can discuss in the committee And together we will be up to date with the needs of the universities, but also the needs of the labor market, and we can combine everything together, and jointly we can reach those standards of our curricular and will help satisfy the needs of the market. Thank you so much. Transition from education to employment, it's pretty hard. That's my opinion. I think we all went through this after graduation. We went this hard stage in our life. But Mr. Igor, can you share what are the biggest challenges in finding a job after graduation? Maybe experience from your job. First of all, is lack of experience, soft skills, because the young specialists, they don't have skills for teamwork, time management, planning. And in the beginning, the first 6 months, the young specialist should, from the beginning, learn how to work in a company. But this could happen also at the university level. I think here the universities could come to the company with their programs, and maybe together with private sector to adapt them with the reality. For example, there is an educational program, there is the practical assignment. Let's discuss on how we can develop it, how to make it more useful and practical for the students, so when they will graduate, they will be ready to step into the adult life, let's call it. The biggest challenge is that young people don't want to study. They don't want to continue their education after the gymnasium, or maybe harder. It's very hard for them to get into high school and then baccalaureate exam. For a lot of young people, it's a dilemma: where to go, which university to choose, which profession to choose, what major to choose. Ms. Viorica, how Moldovan universities could become more attractive for students? The last generation, the children from 90s, they prefer to go abroad. We're talking about Romania or other EU countries. How Moldova, or what offers should the university have for students to keep them here? Yeah, it's a challenging question, because all the universities of Moldova try to attract students, and the competition is huge. We all know that annually 5,000 young people go to Romania to study, but we don't know how many go abroad to other universities, to other countries. For Moldova, it's a huge number. The only solution, and you cannot stop them, you cannot keep them at home, because of course everyone wants a better environment, a better life. The only solution is to make the country competitive with international universities. And to be able to do that, first of all, we need modern equipment in universities. Those labs, those resources, material ones that we have, and the classrooms should be upgraded. What we at the Technical University, we do a lot in this area, but it's not sufficient, because when a student comes to study here, they should feel comfortable. In the winter, to be warm. In the summer, to have the AC. When they go into a lab, they should know that what is in the lab, it's not old, not outdated, but it's modern. But to do all of this, of course, and I forgot about teachers, staff. Our professors need to be competent, should have the skills to face the labor market needs. But to do all of these things, we need a lot of resources, but also the willingness. We participate in many projects. All the projects, one part of the project is to equipping the labs of the university. So these projects allow us, at least in our department, we were able to equip our labs on automatization, robotics, virtual reality. Oh, I want to say that these projects are so different from World Bank. It's a third edition of this project. This project allowed us to equip very well these labs. We also have a project that just finalized, the Coopera project. This project allowed us to implement dual education at university for these two programs, robotics and automatization. And it allowed us to equip a lab with tools and equipment needed for the students to do their practical activities. So there is only one but. Each equipment is going old. So what's modern now, in 2-3 years, is going to be outdated. There are new technologies coming up. So for us to be more attractive, we need the collaboration with companies. The companies are the ones that are the first interested in having the best and the modern equipment. And if we will have a strong connection between companies and academia, then I'm sure that our students will also have access to the more modern equipment and they will be better prepared, practically speaking. We do have a lot of practical activities and curricular. I just want to answer to the question of Mr. Myashnikov. 50% of our classes are practical. At each survey, they participate, they say, we want more practice. And we don't understand. Honestly, we don't understand why the students that say we want more practice or internships, they don't come to the practical activities because they miss the class. When we adjusted 50-50 in the curricular, it's optimal adjustment, but they still say they want more practice. When you send them to a company for internship, they say, well, I want another company, find me another one. They won't say, oh, thank you for finding me a job. They'll say like, well, I don't like it, I want something else. There is a lot of cases. When we go somewhere, we won't. So talking with people, we will always have different opinions. We will have young people that are eager to study and those that don't want to study. That's the reality. It's the daily reality of our lives and we cannot change it. But I think at the university there should be, primary education, not all the desires to be filled. In January 2024, we had staff, 10 of the staff were students. There was so many problems with students. It was so hard because they were complaining so much. More practice, that means they want to just not have to go to classes. What Ms. Sudachevsky said, just one part of the problems. But we have to also think about the perspective on personal development after university. If the students that as a student now understands this perspective, understand that they want an interesting job, well-paid job, internships at the university level or other activities, if they understand this perspective, and they understand that graduating our universities will have a job in Moldova, I'm sure that they will stay here. They won't migrate. The migration is not a need anymore, but it's a choice. And I'm sure that our young people will choose to stay in Moldova and build the future. We just need to give them the right tools. Yeah, if I could add about this Moldovan dream, good job, good salaries. In Moldova, the IT part guarantees this. There are competitive salaries, there are job offers with interesting projects from fintech to medtech. What's very important, and maybe we should have a discussion of this, is this practical activities. That's what I want to ask. I am a first-year student. I go to university. I study 4 semesters math, and I learn Fourier transformation. I learned. I don't know why to use it. I never knew, because the math teacher doesn't know where to use the Fourier transformation. I'm on the 4th year, 5th year. I graduate and I come to mechatronics, and I know. Please create a signal reading from EKG. And I'm looking like, what am I supposed to do here? Take Fourier transformation, take the signal through this transformation and do it. Me as an employer, I want to be able to have students that I don't have to explain all of this. But I want the IT teacher, programming teacher at the university to explain everything this. Because in the programming, you have easy formulas, A plus B. So I don't have resources to teach the students. So I want university to do this, I want to pay them because I have my budget to pay them, I don't have a budget from the state to educate our staff. But I want to say that every year I have 4 or 5 students in internship, and a lot of them stay. A lot of them stay as an intern, but it's a paid internship. They receive 10,000 lei as a salary. For a student, I think it's a nice salary. But let me tell you this: the problem with Generation Z is like this might not also be as interested. What I see as a solution is to be in a discussion with universities. We have to collaborate. We have to work together between private sector and the private sector. So, because, for example, let me give you were in the Soviet times when our canteens there, the food was not that tasty. So you have to upgrade, you have to improve, you have to learn from each other. So the same. I'm not a professor, I'm not a teacher, I don't have the skills, but I really would like a partnership to discuss what would work, and I would reduce the math, for example, lessons, and put them practically, and when they run into a problem, and they, for example, don't know how to work with a transistor. They're like, oh, how do I do this? How does this work? It's like, I don't know. So in the next semester, when they learned physics, they were like, oh, I know now. That's why I need this. So maybe to combine better the collaborations. So Roman, should we have reforms at the university level or further from kindergarten? From kindergarten, because in the kindergarten the kids are learning by heart poems, but there is an added value, maybe to learn better how to cross the street and traffic rules, maybe not poems, but maybe teach them something, maybe to go outside more, not to stay indoors but outdoors. I don't know. I mean, it's a deep discussion. Can I add something? Miss Viorica says, poems are learned to develop the memory, but the parents not to lose the memory. At the university, we learn fundamental science, because without it we cannot understand different processes. Please give me a moment. At the previous panel, the Mr. from Electra Yash, what did he share? Mr. Berdan. He said 10% from the company, no, 10% of finances he invests in research. 60? Oh, yes, 10%. 10%. But he said he started his career as a researcher. What do you think? Without math and physics, would Mr. Berdan be able to do research? Would it be enough to have just practical skills? Please give me some time. We are university. We cannot reduce what a student should know if they share that they have a diploma, university diploma. We cannot just say, "Oh, you don't need math. We taught you to write code. Go to the company. Today we teach you Python. Tomorrow will be another language, programming language, and they will go with Python and say what? They have to." Now we have AI. The AI thinks for our kids and for those that are learning code. So what would be then the role of a professional in the area? To do what? To what? Creation, creativity. You're right, Mr. Eduard. The creation should be done with all the tools that we have and means that we have. And it's well known. If the child doesn't learn to speak by 5, then we all know that some cells in the brain will not develop. So if a student at the age of 20 will not study math, will not be able to logically think, will not be able to solve some of the logic problems. So we are caught in some restrictions and limitations that we should follow. And not us only. Maybe in our university we have more math, but it's not less than in Romania. We looked in the Romanian curricula. They have a lot of math. Yes, it's more the problem with the quality of the students that come, because you want specialists that would know some practical things. But we had a discussion a few years ago with Bosch representative from Romania, and he told me, we understood that we cannot progress, we cannot grow, we cannot develop new things, we cannot compete with the international market because the university doesn't give them the research element to the students. Who would develop the skills? Who will teach them to learn? Because from the 200 that study math, 2-3, will catch this material and maybe will become developers of something new, will bring a revolution in technological field. Because in Moldova, at the moment, we don't do this. We are just users of what we buy, of those technologies that we buy from abroad. We are not that center of like made in Moldova, the technology that was created in Moldova, something that will be purchased, well, let's say not by Chinese because they have sufficient, but maybe other countries. We're not there yet. Why? Because we give too much importance to those projects that each company should develop. And it brings money to the company, yes. But we cannot limit the university only to practical stuff. We can't, unfortunately. I'm not saying this, Ms. Sudachevsky. I'm sorry, I'm not saying this. I'm just saying a little bit different. With Fourier transformation. Yes, we're teaching them. Mr. Fyodorov is a professor of the subject. This is elementary. Bring me 10 students from your last year that could write a code for Fourier transformation. The codes are written. That's what I want to say. They shouldn't learn to do copy-paste. For them to understand to code, they don't need math, they need to understand the fundamental things on programming. How to integrate math elements into programming. I think what's important is to find a common bridge between academia and private sector, because otherwise we will have a lot of different opinions. We will have a lot of needs. But I agree with Mr. Dachevsky that there needs to be a balance between theory and practice. I know myself from my life as a student, and I was complaining about so much theory, but now I understand, and I'm glad that they insisted to teach us. And we had a lot of experience in academia that was working with the private sector. So now I want to ask Mr. Girjev, you had this experience, and I want to ask, would you continue this practice of integrating them in your company? Yes, we will try to integrate. It's like, why should I come to work at 9 a.m. if I can work at night? You know, how should you explain that? You should come to work because you have a meeting at 9:30. You should be at the office. But we don't give up. We don't give up. Because we know that today we have a lot of AI agents to replace junior. Yes, economically speaking, this is a good solution. But then long term, what do you do? Where will the people get the experience from? How to help them? We will integrate. We will continue integrating students, but we will improve our selection. Not the smartest one, but also to have a good attitude. If it's 9 a.m., then it's 9 a.m.
Mr. Fedorov, what would be the strategic directions for identification of collaborations? I mean, let's not limit only to the sector of our members where they are directly involved. So what would be the directions for the consolidation of the private environment with the academia? We are speaking also about laboratories created within the technical university. We are following that, but we would like to know also your opinion on that. As I mentioned previously, when it comes to collaboration, we definitely need to choose some joint strategic directions. I mean, the university and the companies need to adjust these directions together in order to, by the end of the day, benefit the student. Because after being a student, I need to be able to correspond as an employee to the requirements of the market. And also, developing new educational plans and curricula, that would be a joint activity. Another direction, from my perspective, would be, for example, training the students within different real projects of the company. So involving them in that process in order for the student to be able to apply the theoretical knowledge that he managed to gain so far and to apply it in practice. Another strategic direction would be the creation of some joint hubs or laboratories, and I'm speaking about universities together with companies, and we already had such an experience with a company where they deal with logistics of big warehouses, management of big warehouses. So together with a company, we have procured an industrial conveyor, and we are using it with that purpose. The students have access to that. They introduce different functioning regimes, and the representatives of the company, they come and organize different type of activities with the students with that devices. And this is done also for the young employees. They don't have such a device, I mean such an equipment, and they use it with a double purpose, like for students, but also for young employees. So that's a perfect example of a collaboration. We can replicate this example. So these kind of hubs, joint laboratories, as I call them, would definitely benefit all the stakeholders. Another strategic direction could be, in my opinion, the mobility between universities. So the company and the university, but we talked about this previously. I mean, we can invite short-term teachers from companies for, let's say, sometimes even maybe one lesson, one presentation specific for that company, or even a short course adapted within the educational curricula. And also our teachers could go to the company and increase their professional level as teachers. In the same time, I think through these projects that are joint projects between students from the university and companies, we can develop not only professional competencies, but also transversal competencies. I mean, teamwork, like soft skills, discipline, because that's how young people can see what is the real work about, how discipline is manifesting itself in a concrete context of the workplace. Because sometimes what you imagine is different than what actually happens there. So these things, I think, could be a priority in the collaboration between the academia and the private sector. Mr. Igor, you have mentioned that within the company you have one student that was introduced with the support of the company Simples, and actually he benefited of an internship in China. What else do you have within the company in order to create such partnerships with the technical university, in order to have more students benefiting of this opportunity and to have people that are better prepared for the market? I think we have a lot of R&D tasks that request young people with a lot of knowledge, latest knowledge, because we don't want to invent the bicycle from scratch. That is why we are open to share the research and knowledge project that we have. And that's about applying the theory that they learn in the university to apply it in practice and test it, and then show them in practice the process of creation of a product, starting from the idea, technical implementation, testing, checking the possibility to export it abroad, and so on and so forth. And also the students are welcome to come and to see our list of soft skills in action. So how the teams are behaving in different activities, what are the perspectives for internal development and hierarchical growth in the company, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much for your answer, Mr. Roman. We caught your idea about how you see the development of future specialists, and in that context I would like to listen to your opinion on the modernization of the educational system. So how would you see a modern educational system? A few key points from your side. You know, there is this saying that the fish is spoiling from the head, starting from the head. So that's why I believe we should start from the Ministry of Education. In so many universities, they depend too much on the Ministry of Education and their opinion. Let's see why we are not ready yet to apply the international practices. I think the best educational system was identified last year in Singapore. How many people, experts from Singapore, or let's take Estonia that was on the second place last year, or Finland that was the first place worldwide, how many specialists from those countries were invited to Moldova to share their knowledge with us? At least at the level of the ministry, none. Also, I think the Ministry of Education must set some purposes, concrete purposes, about what exactly our country needs and what we need to produce. If, for example, I produce the best wine in the world, but I want to sell it in Sweden, where people like stronger alcoholic beverage, that's not working. That's not gonna work. So that's just a comparison for you to understand what I want to say. So let's learn. That is a motto that I keep hearing. But let's learn what and how and for what. Okay, thank you very much. I'm not going to be an honest moderator today because being at the end of the event, I'm going to give 30 seconds to the private environment to come with advices for the educational system and vice versa, the educational system for the private. Okay, we start by Mr. Georgi. My advice is just do what you do best and listen to our advice. I don't know. No, I don't have questions. Mr. Roman? The same. Maybe I was too critical in what I was saying, but previously, I think maybe we should say just that continuing your job and being dedicated to what you do is important. You do great things, but I think you can improve, and we are really open. At least choose those of us that are open to help you, and we will come, and you know that we personally will come. Okay, Mr. Igor, an advice from your side? Just a short information. We are open. Our doors are open. Come, let's talk. Let's come to common agreements. Okay, Madam Viorica. I propose together to create an ecosystem that would be sustainable, that would be based on collaboration. I'm speaking about the civil society, companies, and academia, in order together to have the power to bring innovation into our country. If everyone agrees, I think there are no barriers. So let's not just put this in words, but let's actually move to action. Let's implement this in practice, like really, not only talk about this. That's my biggest desire. Thank you. Mr. Yuan? Okay, I want to mention that indeed we have a very good experience with most of the companies with whom we work. And I would like this experience to continue. Two of the representatives are here in the panel, and they won't let me lie. We have a great collaboration in dual education and practical approach in robotics. So in that sense, I can only thank them for their openness. And I wish everyone to create this kind of partnerships and collaborations. Thank you, Mr. Iwan. Before closing the panel, speaking about the educational field, I want to make a remark. Mr. Girjev, besides being a very active entrepreneur, prepared a project which is called Embedded School. If you can tell us a few things about this project, very shortly. Yes, of course, very shortly. So, I can add to what was said previously. We will be a complementary entity to the university. So in our experience, we saw that we can train engineers out of the simple students from the first year. That's how the idea of business came along to launch this embedded school project. And we actually already implemented this. We made 20 courses and free packages, like free engineering professions, let's call them that. Unfortunately, our colleagues are not in the room to tell the details about it, but I want to announce officially that from today, Embedded School is officially opening, and hopefully we will have many more students. Thank you very much. Okay, congratulations for such a courageous and wonderful idea. And I would like a round of applause from the room for all the speakers from this panel. Thank you so much. everyone, and I declare this panel closed. Dear speakers, dear guests, we are now at the end of the second edition of Embedded Moldova Conference. On behalf of the Association of Companies from the Electronic Industry, I want to thank everyone for the time dedicated to this subsector of electronic industry. Today's discussions represent the basis of the industry of the Republic of Moldova, the basis of our integration in the European value chain networks. And we understood also today that we need to position ourselves better on the international market. And for the final consumers, I'm coming once again with a call. Please choose local products. And I am not only referring to electronic industry. It's useful to use a local product, and we have great products. On behalf of the team of the organizers, I want to thank every single one of you for your presence. And I really hope that the next edition we will talk not only about the successes of the companies in this field in our country, but also talk about investments that the companies are doing, the human capital that they manage to grow within a year, partnerships, new partnerships between educational institutions and private sector. And I really believe that only through a strong collaboration between all the stakeholders, only together we can build a society that would contribute to the national economy in Moldova. Thank you, everyone, once again. Thank you for your attention. See you in the next editions. Goodbye.